Himiko. I see you've gotten first again. I see you are undefeated, as you have claimed. Also, Blippi. Thank you for the sippy, I believe it was. I popped out my chat. Damn it. Minute 1. Not even minute. Like, 15 seconds in. And you get me. Stream is set to Hades. Why didn't it change? Angie. Alright. Let me edit that real quick. Yeah, my game's been bugging out. No, my stream's been bugging out a lot recently. There we go. A pet! Oh, you're cute. Here it is. This is your hand, Blippi. Thank you for the pet. Ha! Ow. Also, Sippy. Because I do believe that is another thing you redeemed earlier. I see my flesh-looking glove came. Oh, that'd be kind of cute if I had a couple of gifts of hands. I feel I have overeaten again. Oh no, are you okay, Sarex? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm assuming tummy hurts. Where is it? Just to make sure. Alrighty. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? How's everything hanging? Yes, this is normal for me. Oh no, I'm sorry. I always eat too much. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's because you have to, or if it's... I don't know the situation, but I'm sorry all the same. I'm sorry it hurts. I turned an hour nap into 2 hours. Hey, nice. Hi, Kitty. I have an angry cat at me. Immediately. What a baby boy. Cute boy. I'm good, just drawing. Nice! Himiko art. Pata pata. Yes, Pata pata the Sarax. Wow, hiccups. Help. Himiko art? Hell yeah. You better be sharing that later. I want to see. Share with the class when you're done, please. Speaking of, it is Wednesday, my dudes. But remember about 3 or 4 weeks or so ago, I put out a notice, I suppose, that I was looking for just a handful of guests from you guys who wanted to come on and discuss. My whip is in the not safe for work channel. Himi, whoa. I don't know if I'm allowed to look at that. Ah, I see. I see. Interesting. Also, I just came on and I was sniped, like follow sniped by like 4 different people. And I don't know what happened. I think it was because I was literally just dicking off on Twitter. And a lot of people were doing those points gun at, you know, like hold on, let me recreate the scene here. Let me hold on. No, I don't have my gun. Hold on, I gotta grab my gun. I'm gonna be frozen for a second. Desmond now. Desmond has the gun. But yeah, let me recreate the scene. I'd see a lot of this, of people going like, give me your Twitch link. Do it now. And I'm like, okay. Okay, the gun. Here, I'm removing the gun. Drake! Thank you for the 5 biddies! Welcome in! Thank you for the other biddies! No, the hand! Oh no! I forgot! There you go, Blip. There you go. Good as new. It never left. It's okay. Ah! Hand needs its job back. I'm ready for this one. Ha! I was ready that time. Drake! Thank you, Drake, for the 5, 10, 15, 20 biddies. I'm getting thwacked with nickels now. You guys have upgraded. Now you're just hacking them off my heads. Aww. Blippy. Okay. I'll also do a Blippy Jenga. I'll put you right on my I'll put you on this shoulder. Just so you can stand out from the rest. Just in case people decide to be cheeky and put a stack of Leons on top of me again. Oh, God. Drake. Thank you for the 50 biddies. Should I open the bacon peanut? Bacon peanuts. Hold up. Are peanuts made of bacon or peanuts that taste like bacon? Is that the question? Also, do be careful. You did say your tummy hurts right now. You're not feeling too good. So please do not overdo. Oh, peanuts that taste like bacon. Honestly, I think I'd eat peanuts if they tasted like bacon. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not a fan of peanuts roasted in bacon wrapping. Oh, that sounds good. I don't like nuts usually. I don't like just the texture's stupid and the flavor's kind of weird. But honestly, I think I'd make an exception if it was bacon flavored. There we go. I had to get back into my seat. My stomach had it worse. Yeah, but still, we don't have to make it worse. That would hurt. I don't want you guys hurt anyway. Bacon flavored things never actually taste like bacon. Himiko, that sounds like a very specific story. Did someone give you like bacon strips and they told you it was bacon and it wasn't? And then make your breath smell horrid. Yeah, this is a bacon strips. This is a bacon strip story. Sorry. But yeah, today is Worldbuilding Wednesday, and I put out a notice for you guys to come join me. And I actually have someone today, as you can see from the title. I have Pats. We all know Pats. Pats is actually, I've met them in a few different servers. And I've actually gotten the opportunity to talk to them in a voice chat from Kojiro, of all people. Because Kojiro loves to go to... He loves to go to Minecraft Disneyland, and honestly, I don't blame him. Minecraft Disneyland is fun as hell. And Patch joined us for one of it. So I kind of know him a little. Does Himiko wants a bacon strips? Don't give the Hellhound bacon strips. I had a bunch of bacon-flavored things in my time, and not once did it actually taste like bacon. I'm so sorry. Maybe if you go to America, maybe it will, because we take pride in our bacon, I guess. I don't know. To be fair, I've never really had anything that's bacon-flavored either, so I cannot corroborate nor disprove this theory. I wonder if Leon's done that. Anyway, but yeah, we're going to be talking with Pats today. He's going to be discussing aspects of a piece of world building he's been doing. And as stated, I request your advice. Of course, what is your advice? While you type that out, I will explain a bit more. But yeah, I'm going to send him the template that I worked on with you guys on the stream. For my other stuff, American bacon and UK bacon are wildly different. True. Very, very true. What does UK bacon taste like? I don't want to know at this point. Leh. Oh, okay. They're Ukrainian. They don't taste like real bacon, but still tasty. I've been awake for 10 hours now. Still have yet to eat breakfast? What should I do? You eat something. Drake, you eat something, buddy. You need food. That is how your brain works. What? Thank you for the 100 biddies, Drake. You're very precious. Anyway, we're gonna pull in Pats here in a minute. Beans! Eat beans. I kind of read that as, like, the part of a run-on sentence. But yeah, we're going to be sending Pat's my template, and we're going to start discussing and working on aspects of his world that he would like to see, I guess, cleaned up, if that makes sense. But let's drag the boy in, and boop, there we are. Hello, Pats. You are now on air. Oh, I did want to ask, do you have a reactive? I never got that from you. And now I feel silly. I'm also gonna send this real quick. There we are. Pats is currently muted, but that is okay. He might have stepped away for just a moment. Whoa!
Sorry.
You scared me. No, you're okay. I figured you'd stepped away for just a bit.
Yes, I am. As you can tell, I am very prepared for this.
Of course, so am I. This is my first time doing it, and I'm so good at it already. Wah, that was sarcasm. But I was asking, do you have a Fugi reactive? Because if you don't, that's perfectly okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Because I don't expect everyone to have one. If you... What is happening with the bean? Why are we talking about beans? We're talking about beans in chat. I don't know if you have chat open, but...
No, I don't.
We're discussing beans, it seems.
Ah.
Someone just assaulted the whole house. I can't for reason I can taste.
On,
oh no, Blip.
Let me check something.
Of course. Blippy, I'm so sorry. Wait, what do you do, Cosmo? I'm worried about what part of that that conversation you're answering to. Also, I stole an illegal sip. Don't tell anybody. Come on, tablet, wake up. There we go. I don't know, I just got here. That's fair. Alright, while Pats is dealing with what they need to... thank you, Himiko. Beans in Danish is bene. Hey, me, why the faces? What's up? The what? Is a bene. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but it's still funny.
Oh, that's I just checked out the form you sent me.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of it's a very in-depth form, which I appreciate. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure we'll be able to get to all that.
That's okay.
Kidding, you know what I mean?
No, I get it. Just one part of, like, something that you've been working on, like, culture-wise even. Like, if you hone it down to just that, you're like, oh, fuck, I could spend literally 2 weeks working on this. Because that's what I do. I'm like, well, time to headlong dive into this. Have you seen the video of the guy replacing letters in Harry Potter characters with names of Danish letters? No, I have not. Alrighty, but I sent you the template for whatever our needs entail, and I did want to let me hop over to over here real quick on my screen. Whee! So you guys get to just see my my second monitor right now. Look how pretty it is. Look at my beautiful background. I'm another beautiful day in the neighborhood, I guess. Alrighty. So I have the sheet open.
Yeah,
There
I
we
do
are.
too.
Alrighty, cool. It's a little bright on my screen. Let me see if I can't... I'm trying to turn on my dark page, but it's not working. There we go. That was dark as hell. Alright, so I have the sheet pulled up, just in case. But, Pats, if you would like to, you could give us a quick summary of what you have been working on and what you would like to further develop that you feel is lacking in certain aspects of the culture that you were interested in discussing.
Ah, yes. So, I believe it was the mages, magic users from Last of the Porthanos, which is, I don't think I discussed it with you, but we sort of have a little bit of different styles as far as, because your mindset is like D&D, role playing, type of. Whereas what I'm coming from is like books and like TV scripts and like film scripts and stuff like that. So that's where my head is at when I'm coming up with things.
Okay.
And yeah, the Last of the Porthanos is a book series I'm working on. I don't know. Well, I don't want to say it'll never be finished, but it's still brewing up in the air. So who knows when that's gonna be done? But yeah, it's and the basic gist of it is that it's an um urban fantasy, and I wanted to explore because I've always enjoyed like uh magic users, and I thought it'd be cool. Well, what if there are different sort of uh tribes or sects of magic users? Like there's a group of magic users that do fire magic, and there's a group of magic users that can do this, and they're all sort of separate groups.
Kind of like different schools or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Um, but yeah, and um,
It's okay.
sorry, I'm sure this isn't the first time I'm gonna draw a blank there,
Nah, you're good.
or the last time. I mean,
But yeah,
Hello there.
so hello there. Hello, yes sir. Oh no. Yes sir. 122111122. There you go, buddy. Uh, thank you for the follow and welcome into the Back Cafe. I hope you enjoy a cup of tea or a dessert on me and enjoy. Mm-hmm.
yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you're perfectly fine.
mm,
I'm just getting spammed by the lovelies.
fair enough.
So the setting itself is more towards books, and like you said, I do focus primarily on like D&D and roleplay settings because that's what I focus primarily on. Just as a person, I'm not really a book writer, so it's really honestly interesting and relieving to have someone who has that mindset because not everyone's going to be wanting to world build for the sake of D&D. They're gonna want different opinions, and they'll want to know how to do stuff for like writing books that I can't give them because I don't do it that way. And you said it is urban fantasy. Is it more like a modern thing with magical elements?
Yeah, yes, it's set in the modern day, um, and yeah, it's sort of these uh, magic users sort of live it with regular humans, and they sort of have their own um, governing body and stuff. It's I mean, it
I
does
tried
have
to write a book once. Oh, Sarix, that's okay.
uh,
You're okay.
it does have similarities to
You can say Harry Potter. I know it's a hot
yeah.
buzz topic right now, and honestly, I'm kind of happy to hear about that. Because let's be honest, Joling Coling Rolling here kind of dropped the ball with a lot of that stuff. And
Yes.
it's nice to see other authors and other will-be authors go, I'm gonna make my own magic world with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah.
And forget about the
Exactly.
transphobia.
Yeah, and I did take some I did take some influence from that. For example, the mentor of the main character. I actually have to change his mage name because I found out that was what I had used was already taken. I originally called it what did I call it? Polymorph, but I guess that's already taken. So I'm gonna change that. But basically, his whole deal, he's like the mentor of the main character of the book, and he's an old school like stage actor, and his magic is he's able to change his appearance, not fully shapeshift, but like sort of alter it. And I said when I'm explaining this to people, similar to how Tonks does it in the Harry Potter books,
Right.
kind of a similar type of thing.
Yeah, where she can shape like parts of her body instead of like the whole
Yeah.
thing. That's pretty
Yes.
interesting. And it's nice to put a limit on characters. Because if a character can straight up just turn into anything fully, I don't know, constraints are fun to me.
Yes.
It adds for more creative problem solving if your character has limitations on what they can do. Okay, so thank you for the intro here, because I didn't know a whole lot, which I did that on purpose. I wanted to be surprised. I wanted to know when the regulars knew, the lovely cafe regs. All Cerex. I don't give a thing about what a person did if the story in the universe is good and I like them. Yeah, that's the thing about that, Cerex. People are trying to separate J.K. Rowling from her writing, because a lot of people do really like Harry Potter and it's what they grew up with. In fact, a lot of them probably aren't as much of an asshole as they could have been, because she, in some of her writing, she at least alluded to, hey, let's not, you know, not pick on, what's the term? Like, bully people and become, be a racist dickhole because, there's no difference between you and me. But if you look at the subtext, you can see she's not actually writing a story about that. And it sucks. But as kids, you don't see that subtext. You just see cool story and secret world that you want to join.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And it sucks because she's been in people's lives for like how long has the Harry Potter books been out? 20 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like there is literally people that I know who are younger than that in this community, like 18, 19. So they've been alive less than her books have been around. It's a little hard to take your mind out of that space where, it's been around literally since before they were born. So of course they're going to be enveloped by the story, and now learning that she's this huge-ass TERF who doesn't deserve the platform she has, it's kind of jarring and upsetting for a lot of people. Especially considering a lot of people who are LGBT probably resonated with the story because they saw themselves in these characters that were being treated differently, and it sucks.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And so I am glad that other authors are going, no, fuck that, I'm making my own world. I'm like, hell yeah, you do that.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what you should do. Is you should, if some, like that happens, you should take those ideas and sort of run with it.
Yeah. And I advocate for death of the author, which doesn't sound as morbid as it actually is.
No, I'm familiar with the concept.
Yeah. It's when an author or someone who's created something, when it's finished, you don't listen to them again. They don't exist anymore. If you like the property and the franchise that they've created, you can enjoy it and try and separate them. Some people can't, and that's okay. I personally still do watch the Harry Potter movies, but it's not like we do it in a way that gives J.K. Rowling money.
Yes.
I'm not saying go visit a bay or become a pirate, the Yarhar. But I'm just saying, if you don't feel comfortable giving her your money, the internet gives everything for free.
Yes.
I watched a video about Belveth, and the video person was like, counter, Ramus. The big dick Ram. I agree, big dick Ramus. Also, I saw religious people burning Harry Potter books, and that's why I wanted to immerse myself. Yeah, I know that was a thing too. There was like a huge surge of something called the Satanic Panic in the 80s. And I actually had to grow up hearing about that because, fun fact, I am a boomer, so I'm a 90s baby. And I was pretty much told Harry Potter is the devil's work, and D&D will make you worship Satan. I'm like, oh, I'm scared. And now here I am, gay, free, not Christian, and watching Harry Potter and playing D&D on the weekends. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh boy, Satan, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's hop back on topic. So, your world is urban fantasy, more modern, kind of a secret world, and I love that. And then you have these different schools of magic users that focus on a specific type of magic, such as fire, probably conjuration, what have you.
Yes.
Mm-mm. Now,
And
what? Oh, sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say one of the things that's sort of interesting about it when I was coming up with the idea is that I decided to give the main character something a little bit different for his main power, and I'm like, okay, well, what can he do? Because I don't want him to like do, even though there are fire users and stuff, I don't want him to like throw fire or shoot lightning or any of the cliche.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give him something different. And I'm like, what should that be? And I said to I thought, well, what if I was like, well, what if I gave him the ability to create portals to different locations that he and others can go through? Because that type of magic hasn't really been explored before very much. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's something I
Yeah.
haven't seen it done very much before. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and if it is in stories, it's usually not touched upon very often, or it's used as a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty curious about how you would go about that mechanically, um, because you're right. A lot of people tend to focus more on the fundamental mechanics of how other magics work, and then they just kind of like, oh yeah, and then they can teleport. It's like, what? Where? How does that work? What are the limitations? What are the drawbacks? Like that's really It's just a Deus Ex Machina, a la
Yeah.
Dumbledore letting Fox just poof him out of his office. Like, it's like, what? When did that ever get established that that could happen? Oh, Syrinx, I tried to write my own book because I had so many things in my imagination, and then I wanted to express myself, but I couldn't find the way to connect the start with the finale, which is honestly fair. Sometimes making those connections are really hard.
Yeah, and that's the issue I've been having with a lot of my books, why a lot of them haven't been completed yet, or in some cases haven't even been written down yet. I have a big memory, so I store most of the stuff in there. But not to sound like I'm bragging or anything.
No. I get it. I know Leon can pretty much remember everything too.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's sort of the tricky part is like I have pieces of like where things are gonna, like I have pieces of the story, I just need to fit them all together, you know, like a jigsaw puzzle kind of.
And I actually do that too a bit. I don't write. I'll be frank. I don't write with books in mind. I write stuff more like script like, because I actually come from a background of being a webcomic artist. I did it for like
Cool.
Yeah, I did it for, I want to say, like 2 to 3 years almost. I was making a webcomic. I ultimately did have to drop it because it was getting too strenuous, so it went on permanent hiatus pretty much. But I did something similar to that where I wrote down just scenes. I was like, I want my characters to do this. This is what's gonna happen here. And then, like, I'd have 5 scenes written up and I go, how do I link them? Whoops. So I understand that problem. But that's something I would suggest for you, Syrinx. Instead of worrying about how to connect the start to the finish, you could just come up with a few scenes or ideas that you'd want to see in between. Whoa! Drake! Poggers, thank you for the 3 months. Holy crap. You've been a cafe regular for 3 months. Dude, it's trippy to know people have been following me for 5 months. But yeah, Syrinx, you could come up with a few scenes that you want to see, because that's what I did, and just slowly over time increment other littler, like that's not a word, smaller scenes, and at that point, just find little story beats. It will be a little difficult at times, but if you're not going to get anywhere if you just stay still, is what I've come to understand. Because sometimes you just gotta heckin' do it, or it'll never move.
Yeah, I've been told that about 100 times.
Oh. Alrighty, so this lovely magical sect of people, what part of it do you feel like is the strongest in terms of the world building? And then what part of it would you want to improve upon? And that's what we're going to work on today.
Well, I think probably the strongest so far are the two major factions, which are the Luminos and the Nocturos, which are the magic users of light and dark, respectively. And yes, I will fully confess, and you'll see this as I go along, that this is a stereotypical good versus evil story. A lot of my work is.
Which, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people like to put a lot of nuance on, everything has to be super complex now. And while I agree to that to some extent. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to worry so much about, I have to have a lot of gray area. It's like, no, you're allowed to write a simple good versus evil story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Luminos and Nocturnos, and the Luminos, they're sort of the main governing body of the magic users. They're sort of in charge of the different because like I said, all the fire users are off by themselves. They have their own sort of culture, and all the water users, they're all off by themselves. They have their own sort of culture. This is starting to sound like Avatar, but I swear to God it isn't.
No, that's okay. Also, I'll fight you, Blippi.
But you get my point.
Yeah.
And the Luminos are sort of the ones in the middle that are in charge of everything and make sure that everything goes smoothly. And
Fight,
the
fight.
Nocturnos, of course, they're the main villains of the story. Their whole thing is darkness, and they of course have the Dark One, who's their leader,
Mm-hmm.
and that
It's okay.
there's a whole. I'm not even gonna. Uh, um, I'm not gonna give too much away about the
Of course, you need to keep
about
spoilers a secret,
yeah,
but
about the um but um let's just say for now that I have plans for the Dark One to show up elsewhere outside of this series,
ooh.
but um yeah, I have a whole multiverse planned for my original stories, and
Oh hell yeah, the Pat
yeah,
cinematic universe.
yeah, pretty much. Um,
I'm ready.
but yeah, those are the two I've probably um developed the most because it's their sort of conflict that um kicks off the story because the Luminos many years ago, Luminos Nocturnos, there was a war. The Nocturnos were mostly defeated, but they learned during that conflict that um, supposedly a porpoise, which is the type of wizard that can create portals,
Mm-hmm.
um, can will ultimately be the one to defeat them. So what was left of the Nocturnos has been systematically wiping out any Porcinos they can get their hands on for decades, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why the book is called. That's why the series is called The Last of the Porcinos, because our main hero, name pending, is
It's a
um
work in progress, but that's okay.
yeah
Also, thank you for the 3 biddies.
is the last of um is the last. The All the others have been wiped out. He is the last one of this type of section of magic users.
Right. I did want to ask, and I don't know if this is spoilers. If it's spoilers, you can You can keep it under wraps. But are the magical aspects that people learn like just fire and or I can just create portals? Is that hereditary or is it learned?
Uh, it's hereditary.
Okay.
Um, but um,
Why do I feel like there will be?
people can't. In theory, um, you could learn other things of magic from other people, but the different, as I said, the different uh, segments of magic users usually stick to themselves.
Okay. I'm assuming it's because it's a lot harder to learn something that you're not innately born with.
Yes.
Okay. And Sarek said, "Why do I feel like there will be some Eldritch One in space between the worlds/universes?" To be fair, Portal Mage does open up to Eldritch horrors. That could be a possibility, but that's for another story, I'm sure. Unless
Yeah.
you're doing that and you want to keep that a secret, but shh, shh, shh. If you are, your secret's safe with me and Sarah. Alrighty, so I'm assuming you're here today because you want to extrapolate on the mechanics of the portals.
um.
Sarah,
Yes, that's definitely
one of them at
something we
least.
can work on. I'll be honest. I have a full plan of what exactly we were gonna work with.
Which that's perfectly fine. I do that every Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to do this, and then I just run. I just go in whatever direction I feel like. So if that's the case, we can just start working on the first thing you would want to personally see better fleshed out. And then we could just spread out from there.
Yes. Well, well, I know one of the things is as you said, I need to work on how the portals actually work and make it make sense, so it's not a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
And the other thing I need to work on, of course, is the other uh, magic users and stuff, because I had the main two, and then I have the main character and his mentor, but like some of the side characters I don't quite have yet as far as magic and how they fit into everything. So yeah. Like I said, work in progress. But
Of course. I mean, everything is always a work in progress, really.
yeah.
Alrighty, so we can start honing in on the portal magic first. And I guess the first question you can ask yourself in order to figure it out is, do you have a solid understanding of how the magic works mechanically in the world already? Like, do you know where it's drawn from? Like, a source, maybe? Uh, how it is conducted? Like, not to harp on it too much, but like in Harry Potter, for instance, you know how they use wands as a catalyst? And
Yes.
they're technically using their own, I guess, hereditary uh, abilities for pulling magic from something. I don't know where. I don't think she ever says where, but they're just innately born with the ability to do so, and they use wands to kind of make it easier for them because they can do it without wands, but wands
Yeah.
act as a I guess a funnel for the power and to hone it into something with more intent. And it also helps to invoke it with words. So, is there a process or a ritual that the characters have to do in order to do magic themselves?
Hmm. I'll have to think about that a minute.
No, which is fine. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
we can explore such ideas. Because whenever you are able to click in your head how other schools of magic can do this kind of stuff, it'll be easier to figure out how the portal systems work. Because they can
Yes.
all come from the same source. Or
Yeah,
work in the
yeah.
same vein.
And and of course, I made the decision of doing the sort of stereotypical. Oh well, he doesn't know. He doesn't actually know he's a magic user at the beginning, so he doesn't know how his powers work right away. The only problem with that, of course, is that I don't know how his powers work either.
Which, like I said, that's perfectly fine. It's a good way for not just you, but the audience, when they ultimately start taking in this story, to be able to use the protagonist as a lens. It's a really good idea, usually when introducing people to a brand new world, to have an eye that's similar to theirs, so you have an opportunity to explain how the world works mechanically. Like for instance, I'm not gonna use Harry Potter this time. Let's think of something else.
Yeah.
That's hard. Hold on. Let's take Alice in Wonderland. That's a good story. She's tossed into this nonsensical, silly world, and she doesn't know what the hell's happening. She is the eyepiece and the the mask that the audience can put on while all these wacky characters are doing this crazy shit, and then the Cheshire Cat comes to her and explains what's happening. Yes, he's explaining it to her, but it's also the author's way to explain it to the audience as well. So that's perfectly fine for the protag to be the eyepiece for the audience to immerse themselves a little easier. Because if the protag is clueless, God forbid we're clueless too, and we need help knowing what's happening.
Yeah.
And as extension, it also helps you sympathize a bit more with the protag, because you're like, I don't know, mate, I'm just got here too. Hi, Fingy! Need to rewatch Lord Meloy Second Case Files. Oh god, that's hard to say. To remember how fate magic works, because sadly I can't help. Oh, Sarax, that's okay, buddy. But, alright, so the first thing we can do, I have the sheet pulled up.
Yep.
I got spooked by a bit. Oh, thank you, Drag. Thank you, Drag, for the 6 biddies. I'm also struggling here with my sheet, because it's... Oh, there it goes. Okay, I could not see my... Oh, I couldn't see all of my stuff. So, I brought this up more as a general culture, and, I think it would help to know a bit of what goes into the culture itself to understand the magic, because, as you know, once again, Harry Potter, but listen, we're not talking about Joling Coling here.
Yeah.
Their culture is much different than the human culture, because, as you probably know, Miss Weasley can clean dishes without actually having to be there. That is a cultural difference. So you can see that they probably have very rudimentary technology as opposed to the modern world. They didn't need dishwashers. They just wave a wand and the dishes are washing. So it will change the culture a lot. So that being said, we can start with that very simple understanding of, because they have these different magic systems in place, what does the technology level look like for these people? And you can just talk about your thought process as I posit the questions. I'm not expecting you to have an answer right away. That's what we're here for. We're here to answer these questions.
Yeah. I'll do my best to. It's
Thingy, you are not new.
I'm sure you know this, but it's it's kind of hard to think and talk at the same time.
Of
You know what
course.
I'm saying?
Well, while you're thinking of the question, I'm gonna go do my intro because Fangy's bullying me. All
Okay,
right.
I'm gonna hold on. Let me.
Mm-hmm. And if you have any notes on this stuff already, I know you said most of it is kept in the old noggin, but
Yeah.
I do know taking notes helps. At least me, but that's because I forget everything. It's my
Yeah, I
birthday.
probably should start taking notes at this point.
It's Fangy's birthday. All right. Well, while you while you do the thinking, I'm gonna wish Fangy happy birth.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly mute myself.
Of course. Also, Fangy, you're adorable. But happy birthday, dude! Holy hell! Also, for those of you who are new, hello! I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he/him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on It Is Wednesday, my dudes. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Today, we are doing a world building segment. Thank you, Drake, for the one bitty. But yeah, happy birthday, Fangy! Everyone say happy birthday. Aw, thank you, Himiko. A happy birthday, Fangy shout out. Look at him. Ooh. Playing Dauntless. Hello. Murray Birthmas. I think that's Dauntless. It sounds like Dauntless. I couldn't see the screen very well because it was really small for me because I'm stupid and I don't have it sized up. But that sounded like Dauntless. I don't think it was though. I might be dumb. Also, playing Genshin Impact, nice. I know a lot of people have been getting into that, and I've contemplated doing it too, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd be good at it. Also, I don't know if you guys would even be interested in that. I do plan on playing V Rising, though. That was Dauntless. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was hearing the noises, and I recognized the sounds. I recognized the audio. Unfortunately, it's the only clip of me not talking. Oh no, Fingy! What? Thank you, Drake. Thank you, Drake, for the one, Betty. You adorable. I streamed Genshin yesterday for like 6 minutes because my internet kicked me off. Oh no, I'm sorry. That sucks. But, yeah, today, once again, for those of you who are new, today we are doing a world-building segment with, a guest, with one of you as a guest, PatsTheReviewer. He is on today and is graciously telling us about his world, his story, just a bit, not enough to spoil anything, hopefully, because I don't want to like make him feel like he has to spoil stuff about his story. But we're going to be helping him work out the mechanics of his culture, specifically the magic systems that are put in place so far, at least. Thank you for the well wishes. Being shouted out made me feel very happy. Aww. Yeah, heart. Heart. You're welcome, Fangy. And I hope you do have a happy birthday. Alrighty. I believe Pats might still be muted, but that is okay. Oh, there he is. Yee. I wished Fangy a lovely birthday. Ha. Okay, so I did want to ask, at least a simple question. Do you know if they would consider the magic part of a religion, or would it be separate? And this is more for the sheet that I'm working on. Because I never really put down magic, and I'm a dumbass for not doing that. And I probably should have. So, I was wondering if I needed to just switch religion for magic, or if put it under religion.
Well, I guess it could go either way because some of the different factions, I suppose, view their magic
as like a religious thing.
as a religious thing.
Okay, which is interesting because that's actually how the real world works sometimes.
Mm.
Like you will see I know Wicca and Christianity actually kind of share some things in common as someone
Yes.
who's studied and temporarily been in both. Um, I saw a lot of overlap.
Mm.
They just had different words for different stuff. You know, prayer is rituals and stuff like that. So that would be pretty interesting to see like a religious twist or someone getting a hold of magic and making a religious twist off of it. And of course, if
Yeah.
there's all these different factions, there's going to be different ways people interpret this magic.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I really like that. And I'm assuming there are probably people who approach it in a more scientific way as well.
Yes.
Okay. So I put magic down. So on my screen here, I'm going to scroll down. So I have the two sections here. I have religions and magics.
Yes.
And I did send you the sheet, but you don't have to
yes,
worry. You don't have to worry about anything other than the magic section for now. We can both edit it, by the way.
Ah.
So you can click it and just write whatever you need to. Take whatever notes you need to take.
I'm good for the moment, but I appreciate that that's there.
Okay. So I'm going to put down a few notes, first and foremost, for me to remember, because I'm dumb. So we have the two factions that we know. Have you worked with the idea of what magics Luminos, I believe it is?
Yes.
And Nocturnos. Do you know what kind of magics they use? Do they focus primarily on a specific type?
Well, yes, they're as the name suggests, and I may have mentioned this already, but part of the thing of coming up with this is I thought I would be clever, or at least me thinking I was clever, and I sort of specifically went about it as like, well, let's name their sort of group after, or what type of magic user they are, after the type of magic they use.
Of course.
Yeah. So hence some of the names I've been throwing around. Yeah. And I already forgot the question.
Well, you pretty much answered it. What kind of magic does each of these factions use? If Luminos is to be understood as meaning, oh, thank you for the sippy. Also, Pats, make sure to get a sippy. You are now under the rule of the redeems.
Oh dear. I actually have to. Yeah, I should probably get myself a water. 1 second.
Please do. I don't need my guests dehydrating on stream. Yeah, let's let Pat get a little sippy there. Does this mean he's gonna squeak? Oh my god! I won't make him go that far. Don't bully him that much. Be nice to Pats. I'll squeak for both of us. How about that? Whenever I say stuff like that, I mean more like water, because I want people to have a drink. I don't want people to be like, don't give me the Maya Syrax. Don't get any fresh ideas. Alright, so what I understand so far, while he's doing that, Luminos is a light faction, Nocturnos is a dark faction, and they've named themselves accordingly because of the magic that they use. Understandably, Luminos is probably more inclined to do light-based magic. And Nocturnos probably does darkness-based magic. But whenever Pat comes back, we'll try to extrapolate on that a little bit. Like, what makes light magic light? What makes dark magic dark? Is it just a matter of controlling the elements of light versus dark? We'll see. Because as of right now, I have no idea. It's pretty interesting. Also, I do like the idea of religion taking a hold of magic to claim it for themselves, and then like take a specific type of magic and go, no, this is the only good magic because it's our god's magic or whatever, and like all the other is heathen magic. You know, that'd be pretty interesting. Where they, because Christianity, I'm not gonna front here. Christianity did something very similar for the longest time. Specifically Catholic Christianity, they decided, hey, we're the coolest version. Because a couple hundred years after Christianity was founded, there was a lot of, I guess I want to say, Christian fan fiction. There was a lot of books being written, like people coming up with stories, and people writing down witness testimonies of like what they thought Jesus did during his life. And it got really like bloated, because it wasn't just quote-unquote Christians doing it. There were people that Christians started calling Valentinians because they followed a Valentine, a man named Valentinius. They followed his works. There were people out there called Gnostics. I'm sure you know what that word... I'm sure you've heard that word. Jesus / Reader Lemon fanfiction? Oh no. No fanfiction. But yeah, people essentially made Jesus fanfiction. Some people had different ideas of what happened at the end of Jesus' story. Like, I know the original story in, at least in the Bible, one of the books, I can't remember which one, but when Jesus rose from the grave, the ladies that witnessed it, hi, Con, how you doing, buddy? Variations of Christianity 4 minimum. Yeah, there was a lot. And then Catholicism kind of started going, if you don't follow our version, you're a fucking heretic. And they're like, oh, shit. But yeah, all this different stuff started happening, but then people started, I guess not picking on, like, Scared Because Chaotic asked for your M-Con piece without saying why. Huh?
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back, and I'm glad you got some water.
Yes, so am I.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so if you have the document open, you can see I have written down some very... Or you could just look at the screen. Actually, I could just screen share it too, huh?
Yes.
Let me see if I can do that. MilkCon! Wait, what? The MilkCon art you made. I made MilkCon? Oh, MilfCon. We're milking con? Guys, one's in chat if we milking con. Nar! Yes. Yar. Alright, let me do a little funky little screen share here. Let me figure out how to do that first. Hopefully that works. Ah, there it is.
Ah, there we are.
There we are. So yeah, you can just look at this while we go over it. That's all I have written down. We're just getting started though. MilkCon. Time to make MilkCon fan art. Hell yeah. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Awooga. Oh, I miss Ryza. He's doing stuff. He's very busy, so. But anyway, you put that gun away, Con. I want to see a little milk carton with a Con pink face. That'd be so cute. Alrighty, so as you can see here, what I've written down is Luminos is the light faction of magic, Nocturnos is the dark faction of magic. And when you say that Luminos and Nocturnos name themselves after their respective magics, I assume Luminos is light-based and Nocturnos is dark-based.
Yes.
Okay. Now when you say light-based and dark-based, let's focus on light-based first. What does that kind of magic entail? Are they controlling actual light?
Yes.
Kind of like the Lumos spell where they're able to generate light?
Yes, kind of.
Okay. Well, do you want to explain a bit how it does work if I got something wrong?
Well, no, no, you didn't get anything wrong. It's, um, in case you haven't noticed, some of this I'm making up as I go, so...
Dude, that's all my world building has been. It's usually helpful to just kind of throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks, and you are perfectly okay with ripping shit out later. Because if you realize, oh, that doesn't work at all, you can just go, eh. Throw it out if you need to.
Yeah, but I sort of imagine them as, what's that one, D&D cleric? I think that's it.
Yeah, I believe the cleric, they work on holy magic. They can call down, I think it's lightning, and they can heal.
Yeah, that's sort of the, holy magic. That's sort of what I base them.
Exclusively right on improv. Same.
Um.
Okay, so it's more like radiant rather than like strictly light.
Yes.
Okay. So let's write that down. Apparently I spelled radiant wrong. I never claimed to be good at English.
Fair enough.
There we go. Okay. Now what would the radiant magic like include? Have you come up with any like sample ideas of what radiant Hollow Knight flashbacks? Have you come up with any samples of what you think they would do, and we could put that in as well?
Well, I know both the Luminos and Nocturnos are capable of creating like energy blast kind of things.
I'm assuming with respect to each element.
That's one of the main things I came up with.
Okay.
So, like magic projectiles.
There we go. Written down. And I'm assuming it is of their respective magic.
Yes.
So when fighting, you'll see just blasts of light and dark.
Specifically, it would come out as like an orb of some kind. But that's just what I picture in my head.
Of course. Alright. And I'm assuming Luminos probably has more spells to do with helping people,
Yes.
while Nocturnos harms.
Yes.
So it's safe to say that they would probably do blessings and heal magic, stuff that can cure people.
Yes.
And then Nocturnos would do, like, curses?
Yes.
There we go. I put a question mark just in case you might want to extrapolate on it later. It was just like little ideas. We're just plopping into the chart and see what happens.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you have any other magic schools or sects that you want to work on at some point, or like that you've just kind of come up with, like the fire magic and water magic? Are there others out there that you've kind of conceptualized but not worked on yet?
Um,
Hello, Penguina-chan.
well,
I'm
there's
doing good. How are you?
well, I only brought up water magic as an example. I haven't even come
Oh,
up
okay.
with a thing for, although that's a good idea now that I think about it. But yeah, no, I mean, there was um, there are some characters I've been toying around with. I know I wanted to have a character that I know I've been playing with the character that's playing around in my head with the character that has the ability to like see the future or whatever, but I haven't quite worked out how that would actually work.
Mm-hmm. So the protagonists of the story, they are going to be focused primarily on portals.
Yes.
There we go. I'll just put that down for postulation. And you want a character that can see the future. What other supporting characters with the protag? What kind of magic would you like to see them doing as well? Because if we can figure that out, then we could work on the different schools.
Well, as I haven't come up with all the supporting characters yet. I've already mentioned the mentor character and his magic. I do plan on having a, a fire user as one of the side characters, and I sort of picture them in my head as sort of a very how do I put this? Brash, for lack of a better word,
Mm-hmm.
sort of like let's go get them. The best example I can think of off the top of my head is the Klingons from Star Trek.
Ah, okay.
That sort of mentality.
Like let's go fight, and then we ask
Yeah.
questions, right? What? What are questions?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Punch first, ask questions. No, no, I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I'm going for.
Okay. Like no thoughts, head empty. Let's just go punch a dude.
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Are there any other characters that you have conceptualized at all that you want to work on, or is that all for the time being?
That's all for now.
Okay. And what kind of magic does the mentor for the protag do?
Well, as
You
I,
will, Fangy. I promise.
Sorry. As I explained earlier, his main thing is he has the ability to alter his appearance, at least somewhat. Not full shape shifting, but like slight alterations to his appearance, which I thought would be an interesting sort of thing to explore with his character specifically, because I pictured his character as like an old school, like mainly British. I pictured him as British, but like an old school like stage actor, and that's
Kind of like a magician.
sort of how he uses his yeah, he's an actor. He's an actor. You know, and that's how he uses his magic is to alter himself for his acting. Like say he needs to play a character with a scar or something. He just he just uses his powers to give himself a scar.
Okay. And what magic sect would you say he's from? Is he from Luminos, or is he from something different? And yes, Pats. Pats is just a viewer. I've gotten a couple of sheets for my stuff.
His sect, I originally named his sect, his specific sect, the polymorphs, but I come to understand that that name is actually taken, which I was unaware of when I thought I came up with it. So I'm working on changing it.
Which perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So there is a sort of polymorph school. So he's not the only morphing magic user.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, so there we go. That's a third school right there. And you did say there's a fire user, so assumingly they would also be from a fire sect?
Yes. And as I said, I'm basing sort of the whole, not just that character, but the whole fire sect on like the sort of, as you said, so society. Punch first, ask questions, wait what
While
a question.
punching.
Yeah.
The questions are mostly just how hard can I hit you?
Yeah, exactly. But that's just sort of how I pictured it, because fire is a very aggressive element. You know,
It is.
You know what I'm saying?
It is. And okay, so we have the light, the dark, the body shapers, and then the flame sect of magic. And now we have the portal-based magic. Now I'm assuming the sect of portal magic is pretty much just kaput.
Yes.
That one no longer exists. It is isn't.
Yes, except for except for our main character. Yeah.
I'm just gonna put decommissioned. That is true, Sarex. Portal magic can be OP, but that's the point of doing this. It's to find the limitations so it doesn't end up becoming a problem later in the story. The question is, why are you hitting yourself? What's that fangy about the fire mages? And yes, I do read chat, Sarax. I like to answer questions, and I like to hear your guys' input. Some input I have used. Because I've been doing this since literally January 20th or something. I started world building a lot of stuff from then. Alrighty, so we have Luminos, Nocturnos, the polymorphs. We're just saying that for now. And whoever owns it, they can fuck off. And we have Fire and Portal. Now, because Luminos and Nocturnos are kind of counterparts to one another, but on opposite sides of the coin, is it fair to say that the other sects of magic also do that, or are they different in some way? Like fire has water. I don't think portals would have something like that. Shapeshifters could be a good name.
Yeah.
The something shifters, something shapers. Something to that effect, Sarax.
Certain, like fire and water. I suppose there are certain magic groups that um, wouldn't get along. Nobody.
Oh yeah, there would definitely be a political structure. Fangy
Yeah.
made me giggle. He said, on one hand, I know he is saying sects. On the other hand, hee magic sex. And I'm also immature, so that got me. Sex. Hee
No,
booba. But
that's funny. That's one.
that does postulate the question, though. I'm assuming Luminos is like the head faction out of all these others.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm saying faction
is-
now because now I made a Dan joke. Yes, you did. I'm more consciously aware of the word sect now. But Luminos is the all high and not high and mighty, but they're the higher of the others.
Yes.
Okay.
But what I was gonna say is like, yes, I do think that there are some groups that would naturally sort of dislike each other.
Of
I
course.
would like to add though that like I said, most of the groups stick to either most magic users either stay by themselves or stick to their group. They don't really intersect very often.
Fair.
But nobody likes the Nocturnos. None of the. That's the one thing they all. That's the one thing they all agree on. The different sects. Nobody likes the Nocturnos.
So I'm assuming then that Nocturnos definitely do magic that everyone can agree is kind of abhorrent.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So that's also to assume Nocturnos does some pretty fucked up stuff, because if you have magic that can technically be destructive, like flames, they're still doing something, or they still have a moral code that the Nocturnos are just like, yeah, we're crossing that whole fucking line.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly where I was going with that. Yep.
There we go. One of my friends did a dramatic rating of my power system, but replaced every mention of lightning with the word Texas. I am very curious about how that turned out, Fangy. Alrighty, so the Nocturnos are pretty much doing reprehensible stuff. Do they deal in like I guess for a good example, like necromancy? Would that be considered a dark, or would that be its own faction, or is it just non-existent in this world?
No. Necromancers do exist, but then I am only just now thinking of this, so pardon any hesitations or whatever in advance.
No, you're good.
But yeah, no, necromancers do exist, but they're sort of a separate faction, and they're not exactly evil necessarily. The there is a I just came up with this as an idea
Yeah,
for
bounce ideas
another
off me.
character. But yeah, there is a necromancer character that I literally just made up that is going to make a. I don't think he'll be in the first book, so I don't know how much I should say about him.
Nucleolus.
But there is a necromancer character who will be making an appearance, and because I have a sense of because of my sense of humor, he works at a graveyard. So
I mean, as you do. Where are you gonna get the fresh bodies from if not?
yes.
Does that mean there are schools that you would probably consider not as good as Luminos, but not as bad as Nocturnos?
Yes, there are a few.
Non-Tendon Swanch.
Yeah, I'd say there are probably a few outliers here and there, but they're not really. They're not very large groups, if they even are groups.
Right. You did mention that some of them just kind of fuck off and they're like, I don't want to join one of your things. I just want to do my own thing.
Yeah.
So that would be pretty interesting in your setting at some point. If you ever set up one of these people, it could be like, you know, a pretty fun interaction, I'm sure. Alright, so now that we're at the halfway point, roughly, we can hit to the crux of the world building, I suppose, question. You wanted to extrapolate on how portal-based magic works and keep it limited just enough so the pro tag isn't like super powerful, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty.
And I knew part of the reason, or sort of part of the thing to sort of control it, or sort of keep it from being overpowered, is that initially, at least at first, he doesn't have control over where the portals go necessarily. Like he can make them, but he doesn't necessarily have the ability to control where they go to. At least to stop it.
Fair. And that could actually help get them into some shit too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's a pretty good idea. In order for the ability to seem super OP and kind of silly, it does act as a Deus Ex Machina. However, the way you're explaining it, it's just gonna get him into more trouble. It's going to cause more issues than it solves, and honestly, that's a good way to approach magic, especially when the person is just starting out learning it. You're gonna cause a lot of mistakes, and with a portal, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Oops. So, that's kind of funny. And I'm assuming over time, you'll figure out how they control portal magic?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to be basing it off of kind of like how we think black holes could work, or wormholes could work, a la science fiction? Or it's like a rip in time and space and you just kind of walk through, or have you thought about that at all?
Well, something like that. I suppose I was sort of thinking I guess it could work like that in a way to explain it, but I was kind of thinking more like the what do they call them, the sling rings from Doctor Strange, and how they do that in Doctor Strange.
Oh, okay. I've actually never seen Doctor Strange.
Oh, you haven't seen.
No.
But I mean, you must have seen like one of the the big Infinity War Endgame, or like No Way Home. Or...
No.
Okay.
I don't watch those movies.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not criticizing you.
I don't know, I just can't get into movies nowadays. I just stick to the same ones, like, that were made in 2001 and just call it a day. But, I guess you could explain how it works for me, because I'm stupid.
Oh, well, just in Doctor Strange, they have these special uh, uh, rings or like special. Well, I don't know if it necessarily requires the rings to work, uh, but they use the rings in order to do it. But basically, that uh, the wizards in the Marvel universe, Doctor Strange included, have these rings that let them create portals to like anywhere in the world, basically.
Okay, when you
And
say rings, just to make sure, it's rings they wear, not like giant Stargate Atlantis rings, right?
yeah, it's yeah,
Okay,
like the jewelry. No,
okay, I
no,
was
not
being dumb.
uh, no, uh, not Stargate rings. Although if we're talking about portals, that's not a bad example either.
True. Stargate is great.
Yes.
Also, I don't watch Twilight. I've seen the first movie and that's it. It was awful. I mentioned I only watch movies from 2001, and that people assume I watch Twilight now, I guess.
I saw the very last like 20 minutes of the last movie, the last Twilight movie, with some friends one time. It because they were having a marathon and I was only able to catch the tail
Ugh,
half.
I am
Uh,
so sorry.
it, it was interesting.
It's weird.
Yeah. Um. But
That could be a whole topic in and of itself, but I ain't getting into it.
yeah. I will say one thing is Michael Sheen in it. Michael Sheen is Aziraphale in Good Omens. If you know that. And,
I know of it.
and he's in Prodigal Son, which is if you love murder mystery show, recommend it. Great actor, love him. He just hands it. He plays the villain in I guess the later Twilight films. He just hands it up so much, and I love.
Honestly, camp is great. Also, Fangy,
Yeah.
don't call me out like this. Just listen, just because I'm a vampire bat doesn't mean I doesn't mean I enjoy, it doesn't mean I enjoy Hot Topic. I liked Hot Topic because it had cool stuff in it. Leave me alone. Alrighty. So the portal magic, hard to control. I'm assuming that it's hard to control in general, because portal magic is
Yes.
it's probably a very fickle, finicky thing.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm also assuming it's probably a really hard threat. You said it was a threat to the leader of the Nocturnos, which is why he's like, time to commit a genocide.
Yes.
Alrighty. And do you know currently how the protag was protected by their parents in order to be saved? Like, because you said he doesn't know, or they don't know that they have this power. So I'm assuming they were raised in an environment where magic didn't exist.
Yes. Yes. The protagonist is a he.
Okay,
Still
thank
working
you.
on names.
No, fair. Names are hard.
Yeah. Yeah, the protagonist is a he, and yes, his the way I'm working on it is his parents sort of did their best
Protect them.
to protect him, to sort of shield him from the magical world. Not literally, of course, but
That,
metaphorically speaking.
true. Fangy said you could use the website Fantasy Name Generator. I swear by that website, by the way.
Oh yeah,
It's a really
I've
good
used
website.
that website before.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm assuming they probably used portals to get the poor kid out of the way when shit was
Yeah.
going south.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually just curious, this is why I'm asking, but how old was he when it happened? Couldn't have been that old, probably a little baby.
Yeah. Yeah, that would. Yeah, that would. Yeah, definitely young. Good. Yeah.
Yeah. Young enough to not even remember what happened.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where did my music go? Oh, there it goes. My music wanted to fuck around and find out. There we go. Alrighty. I agree about names. It's hard to create your own. I barely created 2 of my own, Cerex and Verbax. Not to trademark. Oh, it's not trademarked. Okay, I'm gonna take Verbax. No, I'm just kidding, Cerex. Oh god, 3 metal items in a row. I'm sorry, Fangy. Alright, so other than being hard to control where they open, do you have any other ideas for portal-based magic? Any ideas that you're just coming up with off the top of your head, or stuff you were thinking of and you might want opinions on? Anything portal-based, like, related. What kind of ideas were you thinking of besides just, you know, being able to warp around? My name is Deb Thrompler. Don't steal it. You can remember how to unless you can remember how to spell it.
Well,
Deb Thrompler.
I am thinking that once he sort of develops his powers, later, that it is possible that perhaps, and maybe this is a silly idea, that, well,
No idea is silly.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is perhaps at some point he can learn to control how big or small the portal is. I think that would be
Oh, that would be. So, I'm assuming over time he'd be able to warp other people as well?
Yes. Well, he he can all he can already he already has the ability to create a portal that's maybe he doesn't know it yet, but he can already create a portal big enough to transport multiple people.
Okay.
But again, I'm thinking, like, in my head, he has like a small group of like maybe 4 or 5 people that are with him on this adventure. Because you gotta have a group. You know, you gotta have a party.
Of course. I typically do the 5-man band, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the basics of the portal mechanics. You have the ability to create rifts and walk through it like a doorway. What do the portals look like, if you know? Like, how do you picture them whenever your protagonist opens one?
Well, I picture him like I don't know. I kind of picture him like like I was describing, kind of Doctor Strange, or like, what's that one game? Maybe you might know this one. Bioshock Infinite.
I have played Bioshock Infinite. Okay, so it's like you open this plasma like circle, and then you see your destination inside of it.
Yes.
Because I looked up the Doctor Strange portals, and that's what it looks like to me.
Yes.
Okay.
That's sort of what I had envisioned.
There we are. I wrote it down for you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, but yeah, does it have that same plasmaic energy surrounding it, or does it have like a different look to it?
Yeah, I can only go off of the picture in my head, of course, but yeah, that's kind of how it looks in my head, is that sort of glowy part around it. Yeah.
Okay, so it just looks like this really cool plasma circle spinning, and then it opens up to a preview of wherever you're going to go.
Yes.
Okay, I think I understand Doctor Strange a bit more now.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Bioshock Infinite, they do something very similar.
Yeah, I remember that as well. God, it's been a long time since I've played that. Let me look at that as well. Because I do not remember what that looks like. I mean, I barely do. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bioshock Infinite looks like they do more of like a sphere that people can walk into.
That's sort of what I was going, is more the, yeah. I don't know. Now I'm confused.
It looks like, like a 3D sphere, because it looks like a whole ass like circle on the ground as well.
Yeah, and I guess somewhere in between the two is where my mind is at right now.
Perfectly understandable. Oh no, what did I just do? Oh, I hid my bookmarks on accident. Oh well. Alrighty, so a la Doctor Strange or Elizabeth from Infinite portal opening.
Yes.
And the limitations that we could probably put down would probably be like how far away these portals can be created. Like, theoretically, if someone was able to, they'd be able to teleport themselves to the frickin' moon if they wanted to. So in order to keep a cap on limitations, there should probably be a cap on how far the portal can go. Koji! Hello, Koji. Whoa, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, is that the Kojiro?
It is the Kojiro Kaerus.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Yee! I am doing good, Dramkin. How are you doing? I got Pats on today. Today is Worldbuilding Wednesday, as you all know. But I did put out a notice of, hey, who wants to come on and talk about their world and, get some help on whatever they feel is weakest in the setting. And I'm like, ooh, here you go. Join me. Me want help. Me want to help you. Koji hit the whoa. Koji's great. So yeah, that's where my mind goes when I think of portals. There should probably be limitations on how far one can travel, especially based on skill level.
Yes,
and if you try to,
exactly.
yeah. And if you try to go farther, maybe that's why you end up fucking around and finding out. Koji, thank you for the stretch. Oh, I broke my fingers. And my back.
Um,
Oh, a sippy and a snacky. Also, Pats, if you have a water too sippy, get yourself a little sippy. Remember to hydrate. Water. Reminds me of the Sasaki Kojiro from Fate. Alrighty. So, limitations on how far one can travel. Oh, here's a good question.
Yes.
Would other sects of magic, or factions of magic, or people who just don't want to deal with other people portaling into their area, is there counter magic to stop people from being to portal places?
Well, yes. I think some of the older factions would probably have such protections, but likely likely not, because in most cases, because as I said at the beginning of the story, there's going to be towards the beginning there's going to be a flashback scene explaining what happened to our hero's parents, but at the start of our story, the Portnos are gone. They're gone, and the other factions are aware of this.
So, like, a few hundred years ago when they were a lot more common, people probably had measures to kind of stop, like, maybe a rogue portal mage from coming into their stuff and stealing their whatever they have.
Yes.
But nowadays, it's probably not a concern.
Yes.
Okay. That would... Fengi also asked, what if portals drew in other types of magic while open? Now, I'm not sure exactly if they're asking if they would, like, be able to draw in magic or, like, attract other magic, but I took it as, would they be able to open, like, little portals when being attacked? Like, say, a fire mage is coming after our portal mechanic, or our portal mage here. Would he be able, if he learned how, would he be able to open little portals to kind of, like, just make the fire go somewhere else?
Yes.
In, like, the middle of nowhere?
Yes, I think that's possible, yes. I like that idea.
There we go. Also written down. So, there is a lot of stuff you could actually do with portals, then.
Yeah.
You can use them as a doorway, you can use them as a deflector, you can use them even to hop into other people's places and steal. Now, would portal makers I feel like they would be the ones who have, like, the counter magic to stop other portalers from doing bad shit?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Because they're the ones who have, like, a cap on it. They know how it works, so they're like, okay, you can do this and this to stop portal burglars.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to keep that in the portal mechanics tab, where, also, if you are a portal mage, you'd probably be wary of rogue portal mages jumping in and taking your shit. So I feel like they probably would be the first to develop it.
Well, I mean, there wouldn't, there wouldn't be too many, because I don't imagine there would be too many thieves and stuff, because even before they were all, even before the majority of them were wiped out, they were they were aware-ish that the Nocturnos were coming for them. So most of them went into hiding. The vast majority of them went in to hiding, which did work in some cases, but not for long.
Right. So it's safe to say the Nocturnos probably have some means of finding people who have portaled.
Yes.
Okay. I could probably write that down as well. Also, Fengi said, if done wrong, would the portals detonate when magic passes through? Like if you suck up a little, not suck up, but like if you make a portal to redirect, like a fire blast coming at you, would the portal detonate when the magic passes through, or would it just shoot through like a doorway being opened?
Ah, I think probably more of the latter. But I suppose it could go either way. I guess it depends on how powerful the blast is, because from because if it's just like a fireball, I think it could go probably right through. But if it's a
Okay.
if it's a full blast,
Then it would just kind of clash with it and explode, I'm assuming.
yeah,
So the portal would
probably.
have to be big enough to take it in. If maybe let's say the protag's in a fight, the giant. This is just postulation, by the way.
Yes.
A fire mage chucks a huge ass like bola of fire, and maybe he makes a portal and doesn't make it big enough. It will just like blow up in his face, literally.
Yes. Yes. That yes.
Okay. That could actually sound like a pretty good way to temporarily block something if you time it right. Without, like, endangering different... another location. But, that sounds like it'd be too volatile to risk doing.
Yeah.
Do we accept backseating during world building, or should I go back to funny jokes? Aw, Fangy. No, everyone in the chat, you're encouraged to ask questions and give suggestions. It helps get the mind going. It helps to grease the wheels. Alrighty, so we have limitations on how far one can travel, probably based on skill. Let me write that down. Casil. Skill, there we go. And they occasionally have a magic that they can use to counter portaling, just to keep, more than likely, it was, if that is the case, they probably only really have it where they know portal mages are around. Because, let's say you got young portal mages who are wanting to be sneaky and try and warp into places they're not supposed to. I'm sure they have, like, some countermeasure, at least a long time ago. Probably not so much anymore.
Yes.
But I'm sure they had, like, some countermeasures here and there to stop, like, sneaky students from being silly.
Yeah.
Back in their highlight days. Do you think these counter magics that have been put in place would still be there? Or does magic erode, much like, stone and wood? Would it stagnate and start to lose its potency?
Well, I think it
True, portal mages can be around anywhere.
Depends. I suppose it depends on the
like
power
skill
of the
user.
caster,
Okay,
I guess.
that's fair.
Because if because I feel like magic can stay if it was done, even if it was done years ago, if it was done by a powerful enough mage. And well, because we do. I do have plans to visit the Luminos headquarters at some point, and they have measures for basically every type of magic.
Nice. Well, it would make sense because they are the highest faction out there, the most known, the most
Yes.
So of course they would need magic to counter pretty much everything. They're like, hold up, we don't need you doing this shit.
Yeah.
Because as you said, it's not just these sects that exist, but some people just straight up go, I don't want to be part of anything, and they learn on their own terms. And that would make sense for Luminos to have these measures, just in case a rogue mage is just like, I won't fuck with them.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Actually,
sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I have to mute myself.
No, you're good. I'm gonna catch up with chat while Pat deals with some stuff. But no, Fangy, I definitely appreciate when you guys give your input and give your my music is no longer playing. There it goes. But I appreciate when you guys discuss the world building, whether it's my own or you just want to ask questions or give suggestions for someone else. Because maybe sometimes that person didn't think about it that way. God knows I haven't thought, like, of certain ideas, and then you guys say something and I go, oh, that would be cool. And it's always easier to make something when you're bouncing ideas off of someone.
I apologize. I had to check something real quick.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, other than being able to open portals, would they be able to use this for anything else? Or is it just primarily open and walk through?
Yeah, primarily open and walk through. Yeah.
Okay.
Much.
So, we pretty much have the portal mechanics down then, if you could look over it. Because if it's just a simple walking through, then coming up with creative ideas with just that, we have it right here. Also, I thought of how they could probably use portals in different ways as well to keep people from being cheeky or to keep something safe. They could have people just walk through and it would warp them out where they walked from. Would portals be able to kind of act as like a mirror? Kind of like if you walk through it, you walk back like the exact same way you came? Like it basically just makes you U-turn and you're like, oh, well shit.
Yes, I think that, yes, that does make sense. But I don't think it would definitely have to be a more powerful user that would be able to do something like that.
And the reason I bring it up is because portal magic is more of a utility-based magic from what I understand. You can't really fight with it.
Yes.
But it could be used for all sorts of combat setup. Like I said, with the Fire Blast, again, another example. If they use this kind of portal deflection, or this U-turn magic, I guess I'm calling it, your protag would be able to literally say, no, you, Uno, reverse with the Fire Blast and shoot it back at the homie.
Yeah.
I think that'd be pretty cool. But that's just my personal input on it.
Yes. No, I agree with you. I think that's certainly a good idea, and I'll definitely take it into account.
Okay. Just Uno reverse. No, you Uno reverse card magic. Thank you, Fangy. But yeah, it would also be kind of interesting to see, like, traps set up as well. Like, portals on the ground that can actually drop your opponent, like, into a pit that you walked by 2 days ago and you know it's there, so you're like, I'm gonna put him in there. Just random little fun stuff like that. Oh, how far away can the person be to create a portal? Like, if a wall is 20 feet away, can the protagonist create the portal on that wall for, like, that far away? Or, like, how close do they have to be to make the portal, if that makes sense? How close does the portal have to be, I guess? Or could they, like, long range it and make a portal from far away, and it still teleport stuff? Just cut a zip tie so short it undid itself. Oh no. Bear in mind the range could be skill-based if you do decide to go with that.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking, is that the is that sort of where not how far they could go necessarily, because I do have a few funny ideas about how that could work, especially on his first couple trips. But I think there is sort of a limit on like how far you can cast it. Or
Okay. And yeah, Fangy, you got it right. Portals is not for magic. I call BS on that. True. But I never tried to say portals aren't used for fighting. They're just not, they're not an offensive kind of magic system, not like fire, where literally fire will just burn stuff. Portals do seem to be more utility-based. That doesn't mean you can't use them in battle. I'm sure they've had to use it in battle at some point. People are people, and they will fight. So even... Oh no, I closed my music! No!
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Okay, it's back. Don't worry. Yeah, I was trying to tab over and I accidentally closed the tab. How would you consider the music? How would you consider portals to be used offensively, Serac? I'm actually really confused. Or not confused, curious. That's the word.
That makes me think. Sorry, Desmond. That reminds me of. Hopefully he's not still here. But that reminds me of Kojiro when he dropped his egg. I don't know if you know about that.
I don't. What happened? Not the egg.
Yeah, we were doing a Minecraft community night, and he, as his snack that night, he had hard-boiled eggs.
Not the egg.
Like soy sauce or something on them, and he dropped one of them on the floor, and he goes, "Oh no, my egg!"
Aw, Koji. Koji dropped his egg. Oh no. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, it was very slow at the time.
That's really funny. No, my egg. Koji, if you're still here lurking, you're precious. And if you're not, I'm gonna say it anyway, you're precious. Fucking, he's such a sweet guy. Please ward safe to eggs. Fingy, please. That physically hurt me to read. It hurt me even more to say.
Oh gosh.
But
Oh,
don't con face me.
I haven't laughed this much on a stream in a long time.
Alright, so Serac said you could open one portal, reposition the portal so someone's limb is inside it, then close the portal so the limb is hacked off.
Oh.
Oh god, that's terrifying. But theoretical. Bruh, execution via just lopping a motherfucker's head off? Oh my god. Uh-oh, my mind is going in dark places. Uh-oh.
Oh no. But, I mean...
it could work! Uh...
I mean, it could work. Yeah, there's not that type of story.
Uh-oh.
I don't know, because it's not a bad idea, but like it doesn't fit.
Fair. I'm sure in terms of the world building, I'm sure it's happened. But you don't have to write about it specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that.
That's fucking terrifying. That does pose the question though.
That's Mortal Kombat crap right there.
Well, okay, let me postulate Serax's question here and suggestion and make it a little more PG. Would they be able to use portals to slice through like machines and vehicles? Like, would the portals be strong enough to close over really hard materials and kind of slice it in half? Like, I guess, say a magic car is flying for him and he like slices the thing in half with a portal. That was just a postulation, by the way.
Possible.
Okay.
But only if you were using it incorrectly, because I could see that working, but like not, because the way I envision how portals work is like it's just like you go through and then it closes. So unless you like accidentally created a portal like in a car or something, I don't see it like splitting a car in half, for example, or whatever, or splitting a piece of machinery in half. I don't. Unless you were using it wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I was more thinking of it of just doing it on purpose to destroy something.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I don't really see that working because it's not really. It's not really defensive magic.
Okay. Does that mean the portals have a sort of timer?
Well, yes. They once the portal user goes through the portal, it does close, or they do have the ability to close it.
Okay.
From the other side.
Would they be able to keep it open as long as they didn't like go through and close it? That way they can make sure people don't like get hurt.
In theory, yes, but it would take a lot of concentration to keep a portal open for an extended period of time.
Okay. So I'm assuming the more skilled you are, the more you can keep the portal open and the more people you can, like, let through.
Yes.
So, at the beginning, your guy will only be able to, like, let himself in at first because that's all he knows to do. And then, like, later, a couple more people.
Yes.
And then over time, he'll be able to, like, let in tens of people if he wants. Like, just from the understanding of skill.
Yes.
Okay.
And well, he doesn't even know how to
How to work it at first.
yeah, at the beginning. Like um at the beginning he only accidentally creates a portal because the Nocturnos show up to attack him.
And I'm assuming in a moment of, heated, oh my god, he kind of falls through one.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So with the whole, it can't slice through stuff, I'm assuming then that it probably stops or has countermeasures to not close up on certain stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Can it be made just in the middle of anything, or does it have to be on, like, a flat surface?
Well,
Because I know Doctor Strange and, Infinite, I think they just open it anywhere, right?
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So you're not limited by putting it on, like, a wall or a floor or anything.
Yeah,
A
no,
la
no,
Portal, the game.
It's not Portal. It's not the video game Portal.
Okay. Just wanting to cover all my bases here.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, no, it's a bit more free of, like, you can um make the portal anywhere. It's not like Portal, the video game, where you have to make it on a flat surface.
Yeah, you're not constrained to a flat wall. You're not bad at explaining, Serax. Serax said when the portal closes, the space cut heals whole or not, so technically you can cut space the whole. Oh, I think I missed something. Logically, portals are like holes, eyes, that goes through space, and technically there are more cuts through space, but it's your world, do as you wish. Do as you want, I think they said. Which, no, you're fine, Serax. It's perfectly okay. And to me it sounds more like it's a, kind of like a door that can create an instant, I guess, dimensional hallway to where you want to go almost.
Yeah.
But, like, the hallway has been made super short, pretty much, to where the two quote-unquote doors are flat against each other. That's how I'm picturing how it works mechanically, if we're getting into, like, the, I guess, quote-unquote science-y way of how it works. But that's just how I'm picturing it. It just takes 2 points, like, from, like, let's say we have a string, and we put it on 2 different points. We're just, like, taking the string and bunching it in the middle and like, closing the gap, so to speak. That's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Yes, that is 100% accurate.
Okay.
From where I was going with it.
Yay! Alright,
Very
cool.
well put.
Oh, I'm glad. Maybe that can be used to explain it at some point if people don't understand or the character doesn't understand. Who knows? Yeah, you can have that for free. So, no decapitation. It can't really close over stuff in the way. I'm assuming it would just kind of fizzle out if it was made, like, over an object. Because it's like, yeah, fuck this. So, in that vein, it probably wouldn't be a portal that people could successfully walk through anyway.
Yes.
Okay, especially if the item was, like, too big. Like, let's say I have a house, and I put, like, a portal over it. The portal would probably just be like, no, and then fizzle out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Assuming
'cause
I can make a portal
just
that big.
yeah, I just wanted to do something because it would be too easy to give think of a character like defensive magic or like
Yeah.
you know.
You want them to be able to work creatively instead of just pure combat prowess.
Yes.
Which makes sense because that's what the supporting characters are there for.
Yes.
Because it sounds like from what I'm reading, you have 4 characters that you have a concept of right now. The protag does portal magic, which means he's the utility. He's the one that gets them out of jams once he can figure out how to do it. He's the one that probably gets them into jams. And it sounds like the character that has precognitive abilities could probably go like, "Hey guys, I got a 70% chance that we're about to get attacked right now. Prepare." They could be like the smart man of the quote-unquote 5-man band group. They can help prepare. And then we got the fire user who will literally just kick shit.
Yeah.
And we have a pretty good balanced team so far, so it would make sense you would want the protag to have portal magic, seeing as how you already have more combat-oriented characters in the party.
Yes.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna put that down real quick. So the portal cannot be stable and cannot stabilize if put like halfway through a giant object.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would make decapitation a little difficult anyway, because it would kind of probably fizzle out a bit if too much of it was filled upon being created. I'm assuming there'd be like too much of a solid object disturbance.
Yeah.
Okay, so by that understanding, you need a pretty good open space in order to make a portal big enough to walk through. Which would actually make some for some pretty interesting constraints for the characters at some point if you would want to put them in that kind of situation. Maybe they're in a really cramped space and he can't make a portal big enough to get out because he needs that space to begin with to create the portal, because otherwise it will just fizzle out because of the amount of solid structure around him. Something like that. That's all I could think of, at least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Which, you can work with that however you want. That's just me processing it a bit more. Okay, so Sarek said, I picture like you cut 2 holes in space in different places and you have to connect them, sustain it, because I think space would want to heal itself around the cuts. Oh, like that, you're explaining the timing. I could kind of see it, the space and the space around people wanting to close back up. But it sounds more like it's a sustaining thing. What happens if you can't sustain a portal? Does it just fizzle out like if it's being pushed through a giant object?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there drawbacks to pushing yourself? It could be as simple as like just getting really tired, but I'm assuming there would be drawbacks to like trying to create a portal bigger than you skillfully can.
Yes. Yes, it would definitely be energy draining, and the same thing if somebody without the proper training, like I was saying earlier, if they tried to keep a portal open for too long, it would also be a very physically draining for them.
Fangy suggested, what if the portals were like the portals themselves were like rubber bands? They stretch so that they have one end far away from each other, and when something travels through the portal, the rubber band essentially snaps back to send the thing from one end of the band to the other. If something too big tries to use it, or if someone tries to stretch one end too far or wide, or if it's held for too long, then the band snaps and nothing moves at all. I mean, that was kind of how I did it with my string analogy. Just switch the string out for, like, a cut rubber band, where it's like, you attach it to one end of, like, a table, let's say, and then you pull it to where you want it to go and stick it there. Now there's that, like, strain. Maybe that's what causes it to fizzle out? Like, if someone can't hold that, like, tension of the two places together long enough, it just pop and it disappears.
Yeah.
Okay. So would that be kind of similar to how you picture it?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So that would be a pretty good metaphor for it. Using like a tiny rubber band to be like, stretch it across like a few miles and that shit's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
If you let go. To clarify, the portals would be the two ends of the rubber band. Yeah. I knew what you meant, Fangy. Yeah, that was, like I said, it was similar to how I did the string analogy, where you're attaching 2 points together and essentially, I guess, bringing them together. Well, actually, no, that would be the opposite. You're starting at an initial point and you're stretching a stretchy string to another point and kind of connecting it that way. How would you consider it to be acting? Are they attaching 2 points and squishing them together? Or are they stretching one point all the way to another point?
Ooh. That's an interesting question. I don't know.
This is why we ask. It gets the brain going. You're like, oh fuck, I haven't thought of that. No, Serex, you're fine. I mean, you gotta ask.
Yeah, sorry, what was the question again?
Oh, would you consider how, you know how the portal opens and you can walk through and see where you're going? The 2 portal points, would you consider that they have been brought together in that instance? Or if one point has been established where you are, and then that portal has basically been stretched over to where you want to go?
I guess...
I guess it's more of... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go right ahead.
I was gonna say, I guess it's more of a question of, is the world feeling like it's getting scrunched together, or does it feel like the portals are being stretched across the world?
I guess it's closer to the latter, I think.
Okay, so yeah, kind of like a rubber band then.
Yes.
Less of a pulling it in and more of a stretching it across. It looks instant, but you're basically like blinking, mage blinking.
Yes.
If you know what that is.
Kind of, I think.
I know mage blinking in a few games that use the term is when a mage is in one spot and then they poof and then they immediately appear like in a much farther, like ahead of themselves. Also Fangy said, one advantage of the rubber band metaphor is that skill translates to manipulating the rubber band or strengthening it to make it so you can do more without breaking it. Which, I can understand that.
Yeah, I should.
Remember, this is just all metaphor. The rubber band does not actually exist. The rubber
Yeah, no,
band is
I
the
know.
dimensional hallway to which we are
know.
traversing.
Uh,
Okay, just making sure. I didn't know if
I
I was
know.
being too literal or not.
No, I totally understand. It's just kind of funny to me because uh, you know, I'm kind of like, I've been a fan of Doctor Who since I was 8, so I should be
Nice.
used to complicated science talk, but
I mean, I could draw it, I guess.
no, I understand. I understand. I'm
Oh,
just,
okay.
I get the explanation. I'm just messing around.
Oh, okay. I always look for an I always look for an opportunity to draw a chart. And you're right, Fangy and Serax. Maybe some people have tried to use it as a weapon, and that maybe it's failed. It sounds more like the energy can't be stable if there's too much matter just kind of sitting idly in the portal, like halfway, and it's just like, no, and it fizzles out. So, you know, back to the, like when you suggested the decapitation, or like the limb removal, let's say you make a portal just big enough to fit your arm, and you just kind of keep your arm in there. I'm assuming the portal would just kind of stop working, and even if it did close, quote unquote, I don't feel like it would teleport your arm anywhere. I feel like it would just kind of disappear slowly, and your arm would just come back to you, and the arm would just fade away from wherever you were sticking it in location-wise. Because
Yeah.
as Pat said, I don't think he wants to write that kind of stuff. Not to mention, you did say portals are pure utility. If people wanted to fight offensively with portals, I'm sure they would have figured it out by now. So the fact that they use it for just utility purposes and not for, like, you know, lopping stuff off people, speaks volumes to the drawbacks or limitations of the portal magic. Which, once again, drawbacks are a good thing.
Mm.
Also, you don't have a fan fiction of people saying, I'm gonna make a cult of portal mages who decapitate their victims using portals. It's like, you can't decapitate someone if the portal can't stay stable around, like, someone's neck. It just won't happen. I mean, the person will probably get a good view of wherever you want their head to go, but they'll just come back. I'm assuming that's how it would work.
Yes. That's
Okay. So yeah, that helps to have that kind of casual stuff happen. That stuff casually happening. You can open a portal to sucker punch a bad guy.
I mean, that
Fangy.
that's fair. Like,
That's kind of funny.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
That'd be kind of funny though. Like your portal guy is in jail for some fucking reason, or like he's stuck somewhere. Some guy's goading him from like 10 feet away, creates a tiny portal, creates a portal next to him, but just fucking socks him out, and he's like, yeah, I can still reach you, fucker. Just a tee-hee.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. Then it's like, you can't get me because I'm over here.
Yeah. No, I like that idea. I'm saving that.
There you go. I wrote it down for you. There you go, Fangy. Thank you for your contribution. Oh yeah, opening a portal to sucker punch a bad guy also means the bad guy can punch you back, so be careful. Yeah, that's why you duck.
Yeah.
You duck afterwards. Or make the portal disappear and be like, haha, bitch. God, that's funny. But yeah, I think we have a good amount of mechanics. Cerelius, I see. Welcome home, mistress. How you doing? Hmm. But yeah, we have all the mechanics I can personally think of and ask about. Is there anything else you've come up with since the discussion that you want written down or,
No,
expanded upon? Or
I mean, not really. I think we've just about covered it.
okay. Thingy opens portal to BBEG to beg bad evil guy. Your mom gay. Closes portal frantically. I don't think it will work like this. Oh, if your arm's in a... Oh, I don't think it'll work like this. If your arm's in a portal, part of it is in another place. If the portal closes, the way is just cuts and arm cuts as well. I don't think it works the same way mechanically. I don't think it's cutting and slicing into the world. It seems like it's just opening a door temporarily, or like a window, and is stretching over to the area. So, if the arm is probably sticking out, like I said, I think it would just slowly kind of fade away, in whatever area it is. Like, since the person didn't fully commit to walking through the portal, it probably didn't fully transfer them over, because the portal, like I said, I assume it's kind of like some interdimensional hallway you're kind of walking through. But if you're still technically in the hallway and the door in front of you closes, it's not going to lop your arm off because you're not fully through the door. It's not going to teleport you over. You're not in the new location. So I think it would just fade away. So no decapitations or lost limbs. Sorry, Serix.
Yes. I'm glad that was brought up though, because I would have never thought of that.
Yeah. That's why we do this. Your great channel point redeemed. Thank you, Sir Aurelia. And you're doing so today. Oh no. I hope everything gets better. I spy my little eye, a wonderful baller. Hello, Koishi. Yes, we are doing some world building with Pats, one of our lovely viewers.
Hello.
He agreed to be on today, and we are helping him come up with the mechanics of some of his magic system that he's working on for his book. You are writing something for this, and I am actually very excited to see how it turns out. If you think of this like a door, unless you have an arm right against the frame, the door would push your arm back through. Yeah, basically, that's kind of how I explained it. The arm would just kind of... Oh, wait. That actually does postulate a... That does postulate an alternative to how portals could work.
The scientific mechanics of portals, for those who just joined us.
Yeah. Like, I know it's technically magic, but it doesn't hurt to know mechanically how it works.
Yes.
But that does bring up a good question. Would the arm, like, let's say I stick my arm through a tiny portal and I just don't go through it, and I strain and I can't keep the portal open and it closes with my arm in there, would the arm just kind of fade away and then reappear next to me, or would it, like, physically bounce my arm out of the portal before it closed? Kind of like I'm bouncing off, like, a dodgeball or something.
I think probably the latter.
Okay, so it would just be, like, reject you since you didn't fully go through and be like, talk to me when you're ready to go through the door, and just shoves you out. Yeah. Okay, so it bounced you out.
We don't want to have any unfortunate mishaps. You know.
There we go. And I'm assuming if you did it over a giant object that can't move, let's say the house again, I wrap it around like the halfway point of a house, it just probably doesn't even do anything to begin with. I'm assuming it doesn't even show up on the other side, it just kind of goes, eh!
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. If you think about it like a rubber band, the failing of a portal makes the end portal snap back, causing it to throw everything back through the entrance. Yeah, so it further draws on that metaphor, where the rubber band just goes, wah, and hucks you back over to the entrance. And you're like, oh, well, here I am. I don't see how it would be auto-defense, because I don't see who would be wanting to sit... Actually, no, that'd be kind of cool as, like, a minor defense, but so would be opening little portals to like, redirect fire blasts. That's also pretty defensive, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, using it to kind of bounce people away from you, I guess, but, I mean, I don't think the bounce is so, like, harsh that it would, like, really hurt someone. I'm assuming this little bounce back would probably be just enough to, like, get away. That's true, Serix. You could always, make your own stories about something you want to do. The world is your oyster. But yeah. So it bounces you out instead of, like, just disappearing. Lobo! Eek, 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 eek. How you doing, buddy? Alright, I can't think of anything else we could cover. But basically, what we have written down is, it has limitations based on how skillful you are, such as how big the portals can be, how many people you can let in, and how long you can sustain it, and how far you can reach. Those are some pretty good basic limitations on it. We've also established that maybe there is some counter magic to people portaling to certain locations, like, you know, you're creating your rubber band hallway to get to a certain, like, let's say, secret Luminos library, and the door just is never made. It just kind of fizzles out because they have, I don't know, they have giant steel wall in the way. Like, if we're going for our hallway metaphor here, there's no way to create a door there. So it just says no. You can use small magic to kind of, like, small portals to just kind of redirect projectiles or stuff that's being thrown at you. Maybe you can use this stuff to kind of turn people around or turn stuff around onto other people if you're, like, quick enough, because I'm assuming it does take time to create the portal.
And one thing, of course, did occur to me as far as using the portals for, like, defensive purposes. You could theoretically, I don't know if I'd actually do this, but you could theoretically open a portal to I don't know, Antarctica, and, like, shove whoever you're fighting into the portal and then close it. This just occurred to me.
So, like, an extreme form of exile.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be a pretty cool, that'd be an interesting mechanic for what they do. If, for, like, punishment, they just exile people by pushing them out.
Yeah.
They're like, no, go away. Have someone really skilled put, like, the person who did a oopsie or a no-no and warp them to some place where they know they wouldn't be able to really get out of, or warp back easily.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be just an aspect of world building that you know about. Not everything that you come up with has to be shown. It could just be there as kind of like window dressing, to where you can use it more as environmental storytelling.
Yes.
Because it's good to have a bit of, you know, lore and history, just to add as a backdrop. Give it a little dollop. Alrighty, so back on this, it can be made in any location, which means you don't need to worry about walls or creating some sort of physical thing to create it. It just, boom, You create it, you don't have to put it on something. You can't decapitate anyone with it, because it'll just bounce you out once it closes. It can't be made stably, and it just doesn't even work if you put it over something that it can't physically take in. Okay. And drawbacks you would consider stuff like, straining yourself to the point of, like, fatigue, or you just fail to make it outright, or you end up teleporting somewhere erratically on accident.
Yes.
And finally, we've established you can make tiny portals to punch your enemies.
Yes. That is, out of all those ideas, that is the one I approve of the most.
Okay, good. Sarek said, why do I feel like portal magic is like TF2 Pyro's air blast? Like, you can do many things with it. Extinguish teammates, push enemies, redirect projectiles. Yeah, it's a utility-based magic.
Yes.
Alrighty, so does that, have we fleshed this out enough? Does it satisfy?
Absolutely, yeah. That's way more than I would have gotten done on my own. I can tell you that much right now.
Well, I'm glad to have helped with that. Now that we have the portal mechanics down, you have a bit more for your protag's arsenal whenever they get to that skill level. That also means you have stuff to look forward to whenever they start opening more of their abilities. Alright, so... wait, if it pushes you, what way? Or both ways? The entrance that you made, it'll push you back through it. I'm assuming. Because if you don't fully commit to walking through it, I'm assuming it'll just push you back out. Be like, no. If that answers your question, Sarex. At least that's what I'm gathering. Okay. So you did mention that the sects do keep to themselves. They don't really mingle too much with the others. They're typically their own. Whoa, Kibby. They're typically their own, like factions. They have their own politics and what have you.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So then they would probably have a culture all to themselves that doesn't do what Luminos does or the fire people.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could actually use that now to look at how these people were, if you want to do that. But that's perfectly fine if you don't. Because, like you said, most of them, if not all of them, besides the protag, are decommissioned, as I wrote in the notes.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you ever plan on your characters going to this faction location to kind of learn about himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility.
Okay, and when that day comes, you have powers that you know they've used in order to figure out how they could have worked as a culture. Because if everyone has this ability, they'd be able to figure out how to use it creatively in more than one way.
Yes.
Okay. On that note, do you need to flesh out any of the other schools of magic? Or do you plan on working with those later and you just want the portal mechanics fixed and out of the way?
Well, I think I'm probably gonna work with the figure the rest of that out later, because I think I've got enough of a sort of DNA from what we've been discussing for some of them that I can go off, and then I'll just figure out the rest later.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and hopefully the whole limitations and skill level will help in making the other factions, because the variety is the spice of life, and limitations is the funnest spice of all, because it really does create, it really does make for situations that need creative solutions.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and, Serac said, subspace, I've got a new idea, like subspace, the place to where portals go, quote-unquote, like whatever you're going to have it be called, the space in between portals, I suppose. Or maybe they don't even consider there to be a space, like they don't. Because we know mechanically how it works, but maybe they don't. I don't know if they would know how it mechanically works.
Yeah.
What if the space pushes you out of itself if the portal closes? I don't think it would work that way. Like I said, it acts like it seems like it acts like two doors that appear to be one door, where you just open it and go to your new location, but there is like that dimensional hallway that's been stretched. And you keep apologizing while doing nothing wrong. Exactly. You're not doing anything wrong. You're just throwing suggestions at us. But it does help to know what setting or what story you want to tell. And I don't think the portal magic wants to be used as something offensive and something that can be used to maim others.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is utility only. That does beg the question. Does that mean the portal people were probably pretty tame when it comes to like fighting? Because they didn't really have magic that helped them fight?
Yes.
Does that mean they probably had weapons and like physical weapons instead of just relying on their magic?
Yes.
Okay. So for them, the magic would be kind of secondary and more of just a, hey, I need to do this to get out of this. Not really a huge aspect of like combat.
Yes. And it's likely that some of the more skilled Porthanos did potentially.
And it would work. Words, I can talk. It would work in tandem with them, instead of standing ground and just trying to fight the Nocturnos. They go, no, fuck that, we're leaving. They use their abilities to their advantage. They evade instead of go head on, because they know, utility-wise, they wouldn't be able to really fight that kind of powers, and of course physical objects can't really beat certain magics. So they probably made a good decision to just go, we're gonna use our portals the way we do best. We're gonna fuck off, because these guys are crazy. Alrighty. Now, I did want to ask, because I'm just curious, does Luminos kind of keep in contact with other factions? And is that why they're like the big top? Or does everyone just go, yeah, they're the big boys because they just have the most potency in their abilities?
Oh, my thing cut out. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was asking, does Luminos, do these different factions have like alliances and unwritten understandings, I guess, with each other? And is that why Lumos is considered the, like, I guess, the best or the highest faction? Or is Lumos just considered the highest because of their, just their magic skill and what the magic is?
Combination of both.
Okay.
I would say. Um, yeah. So, sorry. I don't, how much of what I said did you hear before I cut out? I don't.
Oh, I heard a bit of both, and then after that you did cut out a little.
Okay. So what I was saying earlier is, did you hear me talk about how you could theoretically that in addition to regular weapons, theoretically, some of the more experienced Porthanos could have other magics at their disposal.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. I just because I think I cut out in the middle of that, so I
A
wasn't
bit. I just assumed you were thinking. So I didn't say anything.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was just saying that like you could theoretically, if you were skilled enough, you could learn any type of magic from the different factions.
Okay. So then I'm assuming Luminos's faction is probably known more for this radiant magic, yes, but also they're probably make a point to learn other magics as well.
Yes.
Alrighty, so that ends up putting them a bit on top, because not only do they have their own specialized magic system, but then on top they're like, we'll sneak a little peek at the others.
Yes.
Give themselves an advantage. Also, Himiko just got back, and they said maybe the portals work like a memory thing. Like the portal opens and you see the hallway, but as soon as you enter and leave the other side, the memory of traveling through that space is removed from the brain, like the silence from Doctor Who.
Hey!
I figured you'd like that because you also said you liked Doctor Who.
Yes. Yes. I remember chatting with Himiko. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Himiko.
Yeah, Himiko. I remember chatting with them about it, about Doctor Who. Somebody made a Doctor Who reference while we were all at Minecraft Disneyland. And
I think I remember that. I
um,
think I was there for it.
yeah, yes, you were.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we haven't chatted about it since then, unfortunately. But yeah, it's always nice to find another Doctor Who fan.
Yeah, Himiko's a precious, precious little bean.
Oh yes, they're very nice from my interactions with them, which admittedly is limited.
Yeah, I've had them here, and I've talked to them in call plenty of times, and I've known them for quite a few months now, since a little before I started streaming actually, and they're an absolute joy. Himiko is so sweet. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm glad you found a fellow Doctor Who nerd.
Yes.
So that's adorable. Oh, Sarex, thank you for the sippy and the stretchy. Also, make sure you're getting a drink, Pats.
Yep.
We have been talking a lot, and water does the throat some good. Also, make sure to uncrunch if you are crunched, if you are in shrimp position. Oh, I broke my fingers. Ugh, there we go. Less crunchy bat. Alright, so the Luminos researches other factions. I'm assuming the other magic systems, such as the necromancy, fire, the polymorphs name pending, all of that stuff, you will work on your own time using the basis of what we came up with today for the portals, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty. Is there anything else you feel like you want to work on right now? Or would you want to call it? It's up to you.
Well, right now, no. But I would like to, if you don't mind, I would like to say that I definitely, since we appear to be wrapping up,
Well,
I
it's up to you. I technically have another hour.
okay.
So,
Well, no,
however
I
long
just
you're good.
um, I just want to say that I've definitely been enjoying this time, and as it's okay with you, of course, I'd love to come back at some point
Of
and
course.
do this again.
Yeah. Guests who hop on, whenever you guys are ready, just let me know and I'll schedule you in for another World Building Wednesday. I do know I have gotten one or two other people who have signed up, so I think I might go in turns. So whenever I do have a new open, I'd be glad to have you back on, like in a week or two. Let what we've said here kind of sit and let you work with it, and then you can come back with fresh ideas and new stuff that you want to work on. Because it's usually a good idea to do that as well, like give yourself some time to think up on idea. You did Fangy, and if you're available, I'll probably be able to have you on next week or the week after. Just depends on how you do, how available you are. But yeah, I had a lot of fun discussing it. It was really fun just talking about what we could do with portals all day.
Yeah.
I'm also really just curious and excited to see what you can come up with based on what we've written down. You can keep the culture template. I made it to where you can edit it as well, so if you come up with something new, or you want to change something, or you don't like what we come up with, like after thinking about it enough, you can alter it or delete it. And anything else in the sheet, because right now we were just working on magic. If you want to work on other pieces of it, like what religions cropped up because of this, or how this affects the economy, just stuff like that to help further the world building that might come up later in your books, feel free and you can discuss it. Because I know we did focus primarily on magic today, but that doesn't mean you are limited to just magic. Now you're thinking about portals. Now you're thinking with portals. Thank you, Fangy. Hope I didn't do you uncomfortable about using portals for decapitation. No, Serix, that's perfectly fine. In fact, you posed an interesting theory and question and helped come up with a plausible reason as to why it could or couldn't work. There's nothing wrong with coming up with stuff like that. I mean, was it a little grim? Yeah, but I mean, I don't care. I take in this is an 18 plus chat, so what? I got spooked. Blippi hit me with the biddy. I have to do squeets. Ah. You get to hear me do my squeets. All right, I'll do that while you look over this. All right, you little bullies. I just realized Fangy said how the rise of Luminos affects gas prices. God damn it. Hi, KB. Alright, do my squeets. I'm gonna stretch real quick.
Oh, it's been too much fun.
I'm gonna stretch a little bit so I don't pull anything here. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You only get 10 squeaks. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I just smacked my cord. Whew. I am back. No, you're good, Sarax. I just got interested with some monster things. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Dan. I'm sorry about the summer. They got inspired by Lovecraft and Silent Hill, which perfectly fine. I'm a little tired though. Yeah, the heat's killing us all, Dan. It especially sucks when you're in the desert, because it's that dry heat. Then again, I would much rather be dry than humid. Alrighty. Ugh, I gotta get myself situated, because I was in a nice little blanket. Because the room is nice and cool right now, so I can actually bundle. Bat feel comfy when wrapping wings.
Fair enough.
Hee. Humid heat sucks because shade does nothing to help you. That is true. Because the sky is hot, the sun is hot, and then, you know, the humidity that's smacking you in the face is hot. Blanky, Desmond. Yes, I'm Blanky. Also, there's no magic in Silent Hill, but monsters there are cool. Yeah, the monsters are cool. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. I am curious. What would you consider the necromancy people to be doing? Because necromancy is a very nebulous concept when you start thinking about it. How hot are the monsters? Oh no, Dan!
I don't know. Because the one character that I've come up with that they run into later that's a necromancer, he's more of a helpful character to the group, rather than, because with him I'm thinking of going a bit more sort of comedic with it, which you don't really see a lot. So I thought that'd be a fun route to take.
That would be interesting. Whenever you see necromancers, you usually think edgelords.
Yeah, because the idea I'm kind of thinking of, I don't know if you or anyone in chat has ever seen the show Pushing Daisies.
Oh, yes. I know what that is.
I'm thinking something like that.
Okay. Where you touch them, they come back?
Yeah, kind of.
I'm assuming they'd want to do it relatively quickly if they want the person to not look a little janky.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily the exact way they bring people back in that show. It might be different from that, but more that tone of how they do it in that show.
Oh, just like a comedic thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Like they're investigating a murder. The necromancer, like, resurrects the victim, and he's like, "Who killed you?" And the guy's like, "Wait, what? I was just in heaven with my parents. What's happening?" Yeah. Like, just the silly stuff like that, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
The EMT, who's a necromancer, has no idea, thinks he's just really good at his job. Oh,
no. Okay, I love that idea.
I didn't get my doctor's license revoked to let you stay dead. Cosma! Caden just looked at me and went, "Straight people are just bisexuals with a breeding kink." Oh, fucking ouch! Caden's great. I want to hang out with that guy more. He's funny. But, so, necromancers are just EMTs that got their license revoked. There you go, I put it in the important world building notes, buddy.
That is just too much fun. It's too much fun.
Alrighty. I can't think of anything else to cover for the magic system at the moment. Because everything we did for the portals can just basically be templated for everyone else. You know, limitations, what skill level each can do, how can you utilize it, is it utility or is it like pure damage, does it heal, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, I can't think of anything else. Can you?
No, I mean, there are other, I mean, I suppose there are, other types of, magical, aside from, the mages, because, as I said, the Last of the Portnos does exist in the same universe as some of my other stories I'm working on. So, other magical creatures and such do exist, but they're not really relevant to the
specific story. Oh, okay. Ooh, beast tamer mages. Sorry.
Oh,
I got excited at the thought of beast
now
tamers.
that gives me a couple ideas.
There you go, I wrote it down.
Yeah, I was gonna say as a joke, I was gonna be like, Desmond, put that in the notes.
Put it down, put it down! Oh, yeah. Thank you for the sippy, Cerex. Beast tamers are an underused archetype in RPGs. True! True,
Yeah,
it makes me really sad.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. You don't see those types of characters a lot. And like that's a very versatile trait to have to sort of not control animals necessarily, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, have them assist you in whatever you're doing.
Yeah, especially if you're going full fantasy, so you can, especially if you're going full fantasy, so you have like unicorns or like griffins or whatever.
Yeah, monster tamer, Fangy. I want to be tamed by the. Start dying. I think. I'm not gonna say what I think. I know my audience. I know you're all monster fuckers.
I exclude myself from that statement.
Oh, okay. I know all of you are monster fuckers. Sans pass.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I've admitted it. I welcome monster fuckers. I'm here. We in it. I love summoning magic, but only way there's some OP monsters or some horrific ugly monsters. Okay, good.
I'm not gonna judge.
They cool looking, aight? But yeah, a Beast Tamers faction would be pretty interesting to explore at some point, I'm sure. If you want that.
I got a kiss. I got a kiss.
Leon came in and smooched me. Opens Monster Girl Encyclopedia. Aw, shit. Here we go again.
Oh.
Thank you, Hibiko.
Hello, Leon, if you're still there.
Aww. Pat says hello. He says hi. I think he's a little tired. He didn't sleep well last night, I don't think. Okay, there's some questionable stuff happening in my chat. I gotta look away. Me scared. Alrighty, but,
Yeah.
me spooked. Alrighty, but, if you can't think of anything else currently, that is perfectly fine. If you want to stay on, for a bit longer and work on something else, you are perfectly welcome to. But if you are tired and you would like to hop off, you're welcome to do that as well. It's all up to what you feel like doing right now. Space Zam, hello!
I might have to think about that for a minute.
That's perfectly fine. I am adaptable and I can bounce to whatever you decide.
Okay,
I can't give snack to
well,
Leon,
I'm
he
gonna
left.
mute myself real quick, because I definitely need
I
to
will.
get some more water.
Of course! Go get a drink. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna nibble a snack. Thank you for Zam. I'm gonna eat Leon's snack. If I could open it. Hold on. Do you guys want me opening? Leon must have snack! I think he's actually gonna go get food. Like actual like food instead of snack. Can't open it. Help, I'm stupid. Help, I have baby hands. Help, my little hands are small. My little tiny bat hands. Help. Give Leon snack. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll give him snack. But he has to be in the room. He's not here. That's why I said I can't. I'm sorry. How? I'll feed him a bite of this. I'm eating a nummy little bread. How? Like a little thing. How? Snack. How? Leon, psst, come get your juice. Zam. Waving stuff in the air. Leon! Leon! Please warn me, we want him snack. Well, come get your juice. I love saying that shit whenever I'm playing League. Especially when we're like denying people farm. I'm like, what's wrong? Come get your juice. Cause then I just shoot them. Unholy screeching. Oven shatters. Oh no, not oven. Ugh. Yummy snap. Yeah, Leon woke up for the day. And he left the room, so. He's currently not here to receive snack. So I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna steal it. This is my snack. He did. He has left. He has left the room. He's somewhere in the house, running around, doing something. What he's doing... Leon's just in the dungeon. He can't hear you. Oh, no. Leon, why are you in the dungeon? Oh. Alrighty. I did it. I nommed a little snack. Let me throw my paper. I don't know where to put the paper, because I don't want my cat trying to eat it. So I'm gonna just plop it here for now. Oh no! I dropped something. I don't know what it was. Ow, no! Y'all have a dungeon? What, you don't? Yeah, I do not see what I dropped, so... I'll worry about that later. That's for future... Oh, wait, I found it. It was under my foot. Let me put that up. I don't know, it's your personal thing, like, between Desmond and Leon. Y'all are being silly. Imagine wanting to hug your hubby, but it's a text-based adventure! Me types, look at Leon. Specifically to say, embrace hubby. I might troll him with that in a Discord one day. Just to tease him gently. Ugh. That was a yummy snack. I have a crawl space. That doesn't count as a dungeon. Ah, yummy. But yeah, thank you for snack, Zam. I'll make sure Leon gets a nom too. Tease him gently with an infuriatingly specific puzzle. Oh my god. Actually, to be fair, he likes puzzles. He loves like the Resident Evil puzzles. Then he gets killed by orcs every 3 minutes and has to spend the next 25 navigating back to the house. Oh no. Like, oh, Leon, you're dead. You got killed by a puzzle. You got killed by a tribe of orcs that came through. Gotta start over, man. I can't do that to him. My poor baby. He'd be so frustrated with me. That's what to be bullying, and I do not want to bully him. Y'all are trying to encourage me to bully him. Times of dysentery. Bruh, that game. Okay, I have a question. Do you guys know that Oregon
I'm
Trail...
back.
What? He scared me. I'm about to ask this question to the chat, but I'll ask you too. Do you know of the game Oregon Trail?
Yes.
Okay, do you know that it has a card game version of itself?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because someone just specified I should make a puzzle for Leon, and if he fails, he dies of dysentery. Oh, buddy, the goblin. It's not bullying if you do it in a dungeon. Alright, Himiko, you know about it, but you've never played it. That's fine. I played the card game last Saturday. Yeah, the card game is fun. But I just love playing that game. I had so much fun playing it. Oregon Trail is great. And it's hilarious when the same person keeps getting, like, the same cards, because you're like, you're cursed, bruh. S&M is just bullying with less clothing. I mean, kind of. I'm sure there's some differences there, Fangy, but
Anyway. Oh, you know what I used to do? I had this joke I came up with in high school when I was in drama club. When I was hanging out with my friends. Whenever someone said something awkward, which happened quite a bit, I would say, "Oh look, a wall," and then walk over to the wall and then pretend to bang my head against it.
Oh hey, I would like to do anything else. Oh hey, look at this.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
look,
have
a
personal
wall.
experience, Fangy. Fangy out here suggesting I have done anything lascivious. I'm not pure. I can't lie that hard, but I'm not telling you my secrets. I don't kiss and tell. And that's okay, Sarax. We all get weird at certain times of the day. I promise. I also get weird after a certain time has passed and I've been up for long enough.
Yeah. Well, I do have if you don't mind, of course, Desmond, I did because I wasn't sure how this was gonna work. So I did before we words.
Yeah, I feel that.
I ahead of time, I came up with a couple of questions that I was gonna ask, and I thought we could both answer. If that's okay with you.
Go for it. Be
So
pure in this economy?
First one is, and I think you've talked about this before. How did you get into world building? How did that sort of start?
It started in, like, early high school. And that was because, okay, this is gonna be embarrassing to admit here, but it's no secret that I absolutely adore Legend of Zelda. And it
Hmm.
started out as me just making Legend of Zelda fan fiction in early high school. And then I started extrapolating on, like, the Legend of Zelda world. Until it literally turned into my own world, and I'm like, oh, it's not Legend of Zelda anymore. Whoops. So it was a gradual process of me just adding so much to, like, my fanfic that it just turned into its own, like, IP.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure when it started, because I sort of the thing is, and I'm again, I'm not saying this to brag or nothing,
Hubby.
but the imagination part of my brain, the part that keeps coming up with ideas for like this movie or that book or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it never shuts off.
Yeah, fair.
So I'm always coming up with new stuff, like just on the fly, and sometimes sometimes I'm like, okay, I'll table that for later, and like other times I'm as just like a cool thing, and like other times I'm like, yeah, I can totally go into this. I could totally expand this more, and of course, a lot of my I guess this sort of delves into a the second question I was going to ask, which is, what sort of inspires the different worlds you create, different characters you create, whatever.
Oh, like, what do I get inspired by most to make stuff with?
Yeah, influences, that sort of thing.
That's an interesting question. I draw from a lot of different influences and inspirations, and you did mention more for character development, but as you said, I do go about stuff more like a DM rather than like
Yes.
I'm writing a book. So what I tend to focus on is, weirdly enough, I like looking at just what animals can do. As weird as that sounds, I like watching what animals do. And whenever I learn something really unique or cool, I'm like, that'd be a cool race to make. And then I make a new fucking race, or whatever, and then I extrapolate on that, and then I put them in the world, and then I make characters out of that, like, race, and that's kind of how I make the process. I just look at random shit that it just intrigues the hell out of me, usually like animals or like techniques people use to create different stuff, and I go, that'd be cool to fuck with. So I take it and I run with it. Desmond's mind's always off to the races, you right. Like, for example, last week I was actually working on dwarves. I was like, I want to make some new dwarves. But I had also learned about naked mole rats, and I learned that they're...
Oh yeah, I was there.
Yeah. They're eusocial. They act like bees. They have a queen and a bunch of infertile female workers, while the queen has like 3 to 5 boyfriends that, you know, she makes more infertile workers with. But like, that's so fucking cool to me. I'm like, wait, mammals can do that? And I went, well, shit, now dwarves could probably do that then. Because I like dwarves, but I don't want to just copy Tolkien again. Too many people have done that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
Oh, you cut out, I believe.
Sorry, somebody was calling me. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. You're good.
Yeah, no, like I get influenced from different things I don't. It's kind of weird how that process works because um, some stuff is uh, fairly obvious. Like some of my science fiction stuff I'm working on is clearly um, I'm working on a science fiction series called the Orthodox Chronicles, and it's very much you could tell that you could kind of tell that it was influenced by Star Wars quite a bit.
Nice.
Of course, it's not a direct rip-off or anything. It's my own original
Well,
idea.
of course not. You're not a, you know, you
Yeah.
I assume you're not like just making Star Wars with with extra steps. Because I just straight up admitted my shit was originally like fan fiction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, and that's like nothing embarrassing. Like I'm thinking of turning it into an audio drama now, actually. But
Ooh.
I had plans on writing a fan fiction about Skyrim because I'm a big Skyrim fan, and I had this idea while playing Skyrim. I was like, what if all of my Skyrim characters existed in the same space and were able to interact with each other? All of my player characters. I mean,
Yeah. All of your OCs.
Yeah, OC, yes. And I was like, yeah. And so I sort of ran with it, and I started coming up with these ideas of while I was playing the game of like, okay, who's this? What's this character gonna be like, and what's their story gonna be, and you know, and like how are they gonna meet up? Because I had plans on, because I had like 5 characters on the Imperial side, and like, because I made a character for each of the different roles. So I had like 5 characters on the Imperial side and like 5 characters on the Stormcloak side. So I'm like, okay, they're going to eventually and form up into a group because they're one group is part of this faction, one group is part of that faction. So obviously they're going to team. So how are they going to not only how are they going to work separately, but how are they going to work as a team playing off of each other?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like I said, the group is on opposite side of the other group. How is character from side A gonna interact with character from side B? You know?
Yeah.
Another thing that I get a lot of influence from is like music, weirdly enough. Because like I said, I'm thinking in like books and like TV scripts and movie scripts, so I'm already, in some cases, I'm already thinking like and this does help with sort of visualization, like what is the finished, if I turn this into a TV show like I'm planning to do, what's the finished product gonna look like? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like I'll listen to a song and I'm like, I like this, and like I've literally come up with whole scenes just listening to a song.
Fair. I know, where is it? I'm looking for, I know someone in chat said that they do that as well. They just listen to, oh, here it is, by Fangy. Most of my writing is inspired by clips of anime or songs I hear out of context. So you're not alone in that. Nothing wrong with just hearing a couple songs and going, oh man, that'd be cool.
Yeah, like I think I came up with like a whole end. I think I came up with a whole end section of one of my books just based on a song I heard, and like wouldn't that be cool to put over this sequence of events?
Yeah. Creativity creativity breeds inspiration. It's just really cool how humans work. Here's cool thing, wants to make new cool thing. It's just really nice. And yeah, that is completely valid. I love imagining things based on cool rock music, says Serex.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like I'm an old school rock fan, so that's fair. I grew up listening to old rock.
Yeah, I know I really liked Iron Maiden for a while growing up. But that's actually why it's pretty good for writers and artists to actually have playlists dedicated to whatever they're doing, because sometimes that shit will get you in that mood. Like, I think I made a playlist of like 10 songs for a webcomic I want to make.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. I think I've talked about it before. I've just been calling it Beauty and the Beast, but gay this time.
Sounds cool to me.
Yeah.
I'll read that.
Okay, I know you said you're not. I know you said you're not a monster fucker. But to be fair, all of the whatever not non-censored stuff that I make is going to be in a separate area, so people don't stumble upon it.
Good idea.
Yeah, so that way if people don't want to see the actual TOS situations, they don't have to. It's gonna be I believe I'm probably gonna make a Patreon or some shit, but yeah, it's usually good to just have music for that kind of stuff too. And also reading other stories helps. It's just good to experience life and other creations.
Yeah, exactly.
One of my most creative characters is inspired by Yang Xiao. Long themes, I burn. I got into Ruby afterwards and can see the parallels. Interesting. I've never seen Ruby, so I wouldn't know either of those.
Oh, I used to watch Ruby back in the day. I fell way behind, but I've actually, I'm sure this won't be the first time you hear me go off on a story like this, but I've actually met some of the cast of Ruby, and they were all very, very nice people. And yeah, yeah, I do have a tendency to be like, oh yeah, I met this person, I met
There's nothing wrong with that.
person. Yeah, I'm just warning you, because if we have another conversation, I guarantee you, I'm gonna at some point I'm gonna go off on like, I don't know. Oh, I met Bruce Campbell one time, or whatever.
I think I remember that actually.
Bruce Campbell one time.
I think you actually said that on Koji's, and I remember that. I'm like, wait, really? You're like, yeah, he was cool. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, I met him. I met him over a video chat, and
oh god, that's even.
Yeah, I met him over a video chat, and it was during recent events, say, and because Twitch apparently gets angry if you say certain things.
Oh, of course, of course.
So we'll just say recent events that prevented people from leaving their houses.
Bovid.
Yes.
As Khan has said.
Yes. Anyway, so a lot of companies were organizing like video chats with celebrities, and I got to do one with Bruce, and Bruce and I ended up having a chat. And he was like, "Hey, what you doing during recent events, and I was like, "Oh, I'm playing a lot of video games." And he's like, "Oh, what kind of video games?" And like we ended up having a chat about video games, and he was like genuinely interested
Nice.
in this conversation. And I feel so bad to this day because I had to, because it was a timed thing, and the moderator person came up, and I knew I was like, okay, I only have a couple seconds left. I wanted to tell him something, and I had to interrupt him. And I felt so
Aw.
bad.
I'm sure he didn't mind.
Yeah.
But
No,
hey,
I just
he's the
felt
gamer.
so bad because he seemed to be enjoying the conversation.
Oh.
But yeah, he was a great dude. But yeah, like don't be surprised if I say something like that.
No, I get it. I know Leon's brother actually he plays guitar, and he used to be in a band, and they toured around, and apparently Vic Mignogna, the guy who voices Edward Elric of all people from FMA, for those of you who know who he is, he was at the concert, and they ended up just chilling for a while. Which I thought was cool. I've never met a famous person in my life, so I don't have any of these stories, but I do know that was pretty cool.
Yeah, what? I'm trying to remember what other questions I was gonna ask. Do you have any? Sorry, this might seem weird. Do you have any questions for me while I think of some questions for you?
Other than like separate from world building, or just like in
Could-
general?
Well, could be about world building, whatever you want to ask me about.
Himiko, most famous person I've met was Tomska. Who's Tomska?
Oh, he's I know him. I watch him. He's a YouTuber. He does sketch comedy.
Oh, okay.
He's pretty good.
Also, I saw that Lobo. I'm not a monster fucker, but I've been reading chat a bit. I'm mostly just ready and curious to see how the magic systems will end up shaping the culture of the people. Oh, that is a question actually. Are they gonna be completely separate from the non-magic world? Is there a separation from magic and non-magic, or is it all like the whole world magic?
Yeah, there is a separation from magic and non-magic because, as I said, in addition to mages, there are other magical creatures that exist in the same world. For example, I have another book series I'm working on that exists, technically exists in the verse, although not. The events of the books are separate, but they technically exist in the same world.
Okay.
And that one, that series is about. Well, it's about a couple different things, but it has a lot to do with angels and demons and stuff, and so that angels technically exist in the same universe as the magic users.
Oh, okay.
Other mythical creatures do as well.
So then, yeah, there's humans and cities of like regular people who just have never touched magic in their life.
Yes.
Okay. Like once again, Harry Potter. Is it like a pure bloodline, or would a regular human be able to like technically learn? Because you did say people can learn stuff that they weren't like hereditarily dispositioned towards. But would a normal human be able to do it?
with um, well, theoretically it's possible, but take with no inherent magical abilities in anything, it would take probably decades for like a normal human to develop even the basic abilities of a magical field.
Okay. Are there magical girls fanging? Please ward strike down Harry Potter. God damn it. I remember the concept where a mage uses non-magic people as slaves. I mean, that I could see that working. I mean, once again, you said you do want your story to be a bit more lighthearted, but I mean, maybe that's maybe that's something to think about when coming up with more stuff that the Nocturnos does. Maybe they do use like non-magic people as just slaves. They're like, it's like, what are
Yeah,
you gonna do about it? You can't do magic, you know, like.
yes, I think that's a possibility. Although the um, although the Nocturnos, um, especially the ones lower in the order, the henchmen, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
are more likely to just kill people.
Fair.
I'll be honest. Like they uh um yeah, because the sort of henchmen are not really um they're intelligent to an extent, but not really. Um, I guess the best comparison I can think of off the top of my head, even though this isn't quite the same thing, is the orcs from Lord of the Rings,
Oh.
specifically the movies.
Right.
And then because the more intelligent ones are like the higher levels,
Kind of
and
like the
they
elite.
just sort of do. They kind of do what they want.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it is certainly possible that one of the sort of higher um, Nocturnos could be using regular humans as slaves, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a theory you could think of if you're ever
Yes.
in need of stuff. Because according to you, the Nocturnos are pretty bad people, and I mean, considering they did just try to commit a genocide on
Yes.
an entire faction, does speak to the cruelty of what they are, considering it was just a little prophecy, and then they're like, oh, we gotta do it. Which feels very, Oedipus, where you fulfill your own prophecy. Because I don't feel like, the portal situation the prophecy would have even come to fruition if they had done that to begin with. Which, once
Yeah.
again, I like that kind of stuff, where the villain creates their own downfall.
Yeah, exactly. I do too. So.
It's like, which you see a lot in ancient Greek and Roman myths. Like a king hears that their kid's gonna kill them one day, and they're like, alright, I'm gonna just throw him off a cliff. The kid lives, and then, ends up killing you anyway because they thought you were their enemy or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, I love that shit. It's very, I guess it's just really ironic is the word.
Hmm.
Self-fulfillment is beautiful.
Yeah, I will admit another influence for this story. I didn't even realize until I thought about it a little bit.
I don't support filicide Fangy. God damn it. Anyway, sorry about that.
That's fine. I just realized another influence I think for this story is probably the Dark Crystal.
I like the Dark Crystal.
I do too.
It's a good movie.
Yes, it is. But yeah, like I only just realized just now that this has a lot of similarities to the, well, not a lot, but it's kind of similar to the Dark Crystal and how that all went down. Because like the whole point of that movie is they got rid of all the Gelflings because they
They knew a Gelfling was gonna kill him.
yes.
And then that in turn, that just made the Gelflings angry, and the last Gelfling, well, one of them, came after them.
Yes.
I love shit like that.
Yeah,
Does
even
thing
the,
to
even the
prevent
Dark
thing,
Turtles
actually
are kinda-
starts thing.
Yeah, even like the Nocturnos and like the Luminos and like have sort of parallels to the Skeksis and the Mystics.
Yeah. I couldn't
And how
remember
that
the
was-
Mystics, what they were called, but yeah, the Skeksis. God, they're so great. Those puppets look fucking beautiful.
Yes, agreed. And then of course, I'm just gonna bring this up because I want to. Have you seen Labyrinth?
Oh no, I haven't. But I know about it because it
You
has
need
David
to.
Bowie in it. So I know.
You need to. It is amazing. It's one of my favorite movies. But I actually have, because you probably know about this if you've heard about it. But in the movie, David Bowie's character Jareth uses these crystal ball thingies. You might have seen a picture of him like moving them around or whatever, like a GIF or something.
Probably.
Yeah, he has these crystal ball thingies that he uses in the movie. They're just sort of props. He doesn't actually use them for nothing. But well, he uses them to see stuff and stuff. But like they're not like a weapon or anything, you know.
Right.
And I have in my possession a crystal ball from the movie that is supposedly screen used.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Serax, have a good sleebies. And thank you for the good luck.
Bye bye.
Boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I won it in a raffle.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, no, I won it in a raffle at a local movie theater when I went to see a showing of a special showing they had there of Labyrinth. And basically the way the raffle worked is you get your name in and whoever got called first would get first pick of the prizes. And one of the prizes was the crystal ball. And so Labyrinth said one of my all-time favorite movies. Naturally, I grabbed that. And as I said, I don't know for sure if it's screen use. Like it might have been a extra or something that they didn't end up using. But according to the person who ran the event, who had no reason to lie because the raffle was free with your ticket to the movie, it was screen used, so potentially potentially David Bowie had it in his hand at some point.
Oh, well, Lobo said, so you have one of David's balls.
That's a interesting way of putting it, but yes.
Oh my.
I see what you did there.
To be fair, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who wants to do that. Anyway, it's actually about the 4-hour mark, so I'm probably gonna call it here. But thank you so much for joining me and talking about the aspects of your world that you've come up with. And I'm glad I could help if we did help.
Oh yeah, you absolutely helped. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad to hear that. It was a lot of fun hearing the different mechanical implications of the way you want to work with portals specifically. And thank you guys for coming up with such unique, I guess, questions for us to bounce back and forth and go, yeah, that could work, or oh god, that's morbid, and figure out a creative solution to why it couldn't or could work.
Yeah, because there's definitely some stuff I would never have come up with if people in chat hadn't mentioned it.
Yeah.
For better or worse.
I mean, kind of same, but like I said, it's good to have those kind of differing, I guess, thought processes, because without it, you couldn't go, okay, well, yeah, if someone in the chat could have thought about it, of course another portal mage would have thought about doing that. But if the portal magic doesn't work that way to begin with, they're just like, ah, fuck, well, I can't do it. Because every individual has their own agenda. Of course they're going to try and do something like that if they have ill intentions. But if they don't, or if the portal has just so many limitations to the magic, then of course they're not going to be able to do it to begin with, so that thought wouldn't even be able to cross their minds.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so yeah, I'm gonna call it. Thank you for coming on. It was really nice talking to you again, because you're just a really chill dude.
Well, thank you very much. So are you.
Yeah, and I would like to have you on again at some point, whenever you're ready.
Oh yeah, I'm free whenever. Just send me a message.
Alrighty. In that case, it'll probably be a few weeks from now, because I do have other individuals in line.
Oh yes, of course.
And I do want to try and bounce back and take turns. Also, it will give you a week or two, or if not longer, to just come up with some more stuff based on what we've said here that has really inspired you to make more. And then when you're ready, you can hop on and discuss what new stuff you've come up with, or stuff that you've wanted to change a bit and why. Because I think that'd be fun and interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And with that, I'm probably going to hop off the call and say goodbye to all the lovelies, all my little regulars.
Yes.
Yeah. Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Alrighty, there we go. Well, that was fun. Let me hop over here. Hi. But yeah, that was PatsTheReviewer. He... Bye-bye, Fengi. Although, I'm still gonna be here for another couple of minutes. Let's give him one more shout-out. That is who we had on. PatsTheReviewer. It seems like he doesn't have clips, but that's perfectly fine. I'm just giving you credit, showing you guys who I've been speaking with for the past 4 hours. Have a little Hemi in my lap. Let me lower you a bit. Oh, I lowered myself instead. Ah! Goodbye, Hemi. Disappeared.
There we go. Little lapdog.
Alrighty. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in today and postulating so many questions to help us, like, flesh out everything. Desmond shrank. I moved the camera a bit. He shrank! Oh no, he's getting smaller! If I get any more smaller, I'm just gonna disappear. Yeah, that was Pat's the reviewer. Hello, Kunkan. I see the heart. Nice. Yeah. Because, I did offer up the, I guess the Google form to anyone who wanted to come on and talk about different, world building stuff that they made. They don't stream, at least not yet. That's perfectly fine, Pats. I understand. Please, Lord, protect Desmond from spewing. Stop it. Don't do this to me. What? Hemi, why are you clipping through my stomach? Hold on. Hemi, what is up with you? Alright. She's good. My little lapdog's good now. But, yeah, I'm probably gonna head out now. I am no clipping, you were no clipping. He was trying to get an inside clip. Hemi literally clipping through the bat. Why you do that? The Hemi going to the back rooms. Oh no, Hemi no! Oh no, Hemi has a camera. Hemi skateboarding. Oh no, they have AirPods in. They can't hear us. Hemi no! Fucking hell. But yeah, we're going to start raiding now. We're gonna dive in on a cute little other batto. For those of you who don't know who this is, I believe I've raided them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there it goes. My Twitch froze for a second and I got spooked. Oh man, this is a weird office building. Here you go now! But yeah, we're gonna raid Bly the Bat. They are another bat tuber, but they are full-on bat, not just a bat Mimi with the ears and the tail. They are straight up a cute little purple bat. But we're gonna go be nice to them. We're gonna say hi. We're gonna let Bly know that it is tea time. So copy that to spam at them because they're absolutely precious bean. Bat. Yeah, you could spam Dinko at them if you want. I love my Dinko. There you go. And if you don't have my emotes, that's perfectly fine. You can copy this and let them know that a bat rave is coming. It's not loading. Hello? What the hell? Why it's no work? Oh. Because I'm stupid. Let me fix that. There it goes. Apparently I accidentally clicked it off at some point. $8 in the back rooms. Anyway. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing some more Hades because it's fun as hell. And Friday we're going to be doing some more Paper Mario with We Won! So get ready for that. Speaking of Hades, that's what Bly's playing. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye!